fucking insane. Christ almighty. Hope that F-bomb didn't hit Facebook. Hey, Facebook. Here's a freebie.
Sure, they never heard that before.
Oh, no, God, no. Not on a family-friendly platform. Hope that F-bomb didn't hit Facebook. Oh, I don't think so. I think I just missed it.
Okay. No, you said you're live on Facebook.
Yeah, let me get to it here. Oh, excuse me. So, update for George. It's going to be a busy program. We actually have 3 guests. Obviously, the great Robert Kosch is in the room. That's what makes it a legitimate program, as opposed to nerdy basement gaming mustard stained shirts. Then around 6 p.m., Janet Diaz is coming in. She's the secretary of the Pennsylvania State Democratic Party, as well as a councilwoman in the city of Lancaster. And she has also been working on hurricane relief in Puerto Rico and has been what is that? That she's been working on kind of, well, obviously trying to help provide relief, but also she's been fighting the new privatized power system there,
Luma,
created during the Trump regime, and the power system is in worse shape than it was before the first hurricane which created it.
Yep, Luma. Yeah.
Yep. So she's going to talk about that, and then our actual scheduled guest, who hit me a bit late that she was going to be coming so late into the program, but it is in no way intentional. She actually just has multiple jobs. She's a teacher, but also a candidate. So of course, teachers can't sustain themselves with just a teaching job. They have to have 3 and 4 jobs. So one of those jobs came calling on her today. So she's actually joining us in between teaching online classes.
Okay.
Yes, she has 3 jobs. The what I guess you would say the usual 5-day a week public teaching gig, and also an online teaching gig, and there was a third thing that she mentioned to me that I'm forgetting at the moment. Sadly, I'm blanking on it, but she did tell me. Because why would we want teachers to feed themselves on a teaching job? That would be terrible. I mean, when Jefferson was creating the University of Virginia at 0 cost to students, I'm sure he was thinking to himself, I'll sustain this by doing DoorDash or something.
Oh, yeah.
I'm figuring. Because Jefferson was a big fast food, eat out kind of guy.
But then, you got ruled with your, I would like some porridge and a Diet Coke. Deliver it on horseback.
Because I can take extra brown sugar in my porridge because I balance it off with the Diet Coke.
Right. See? Life had balance back then, Jeff.
Right. And that's when Franklin said the electricity experiment isn't working here. My key seems to be oxidized. We'll pour Coke over it. It had a lot of uses back in the day.
Tastes great and it's less filling. I think somebody used that.
It's hard to be filling when it eats a hole in your stomach.
Yeah, but it only takes about 40 years or so.
Yes. Come on. Be time to visit back market soon. New iPad. Little girl is really struggling. I think I got one of those infamous Apple updates that seems to have kneecapped everything. Just slowed everything down. Are you having any I wouldn't say flooding necessarily, but are you having any high tide, any rough seas?
It
Because
is,
we're getting, I think what is over us at the moment, if I'm not mistaken, is whatever the remnants of
yeah.
Ian are. Are you suffering at all?
I got a text message from Chicken Little. Yes, the sky has fallen. We are, yeah, the wind is crazy. I have no idea how much rain we've gotten in the past 6 hours, but it's been constant. It's been steady. I think, I wasn't going out, so it's
Is the surfway up for you?
you know what? I can't even walk up to the beach because the wind and the rain is blowing so hard. Yesterday it was yeah. I thought I saw Gilligan and the skipper out on a boat, but yeah, the water was. What did George Costanza say? The sea was angry that day, my friend, like an old man returning soup at a deli. Yeah, crazy yesterday. I haven't been up there today, but I can hear it.
Yeah, it's an absolute, just a miserable day here today. It is not, I wouldn't say it's fun. I wouldn't say it's like dangerous, but it's not fun. If that makes sense.
No.
So let me change that. I wouldn't say it's, yeah, I wouldn't say it's dangerous. It is windy, and it's not fun.
Yeah.
But it's not. I wouldn't say it's the same. It certainly isn't Florida by any stretch of the imagination. Let's see. See where we're at. It was 106, kids.
What's that?
106. We have shared the program to 106 different places.
Oh wow. Okay. I was hoping for,
You know what I'm doing, man.
hoping for 107, Jeff, but 106.
I know, and I'm disappointed too. And I, I don't know if I would lend your shining face to this disappointment, this massive disappointment of what What are you doing on the air, boy? Stop fooling around. Get off. Am I faking it here or what? What am I doing? Okay. We are about 60 seconds out.
Okay.
Usually wait till 5:01. We give the Hot 101 crowd an extra minute or so
Mhm.
and make sure that anybody who was on isn't. That's it. More. Okay. So as soon as we hit the 5:01, we will say hi to the world. No pressure, Bob Kosch. I know you're new to this. I know this is all new to you, but no need to be
About
worried.
it.
No need to be nervous. All right, we will be live in 3, 2, go. Engage.
Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through? But that's a doggone season that he won't try something new. A man who's old enough to know. Young enough to do. To you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you. Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight? A loyal man who brings a job a fresh new point of view. Well, it's up to you. It's up to you. It's strictly up to you. And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's process to which we must be true.
It's up to you. It's up to you. It's strictly up to you. Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? Will raise your hand against the others, and when you compare, you'll cast your vote for Kennedy and the change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
Welcome from my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in these United States, on this planet Earth, the only one we have. Third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect live for the 2nd of October. 2022, where are you going? We hardly knew ye, and nor do I think we'll miss you too much, he said. But yeah, geez, we're in October of 2022 already. Where has the time gone? And it was quite a brilliant summer. And I did mention to you last week that how quickly the weather changed here in the Lehigh Valley, and this week has only solidified that we are absolutely in fall. It was a quick but very busy, packed, fun, family-filled summer. Now it's time for fall. Celtic Fest last week was brilliant here in the city of Bethlehem, and it is Oktoberfest weekend this weekend and next weekend. Because we're just covering all the nationalities here in the Lehigh Valley from a festing point of view. We are glad to have you with us. We have a very busy show today. I have mentioned to you all several times before that I am very blessed in my friendships. And whether I am having a good day, a bad day, a rough mental go of it, a rough emotional go of it, tired, pain, whatever that might be, I continue to be blessed in my friendships. And so today, if you were able to check out the show announcements, we had we have a guest scheduled, and I found out late last night that she's coming into the program late, like 7:30 Eastern time late, about 2.5 hours from now later. And that's great. It's fine. Anytime that we get a guest on this program, I'm the lucky one. Because I'm not exactly doling out huge guest appearance checks to anybody. I'm not paying anybody. And George would be happy to tell you just the huge pile of money that he's been paid so far off of the revenue from this program. But that said, that left us with 2.5 hours to fill. Now, as you know, I'm pretty good at talking, and we have no advertisers currently, despite our best efforts. So there's no breaks involved. But I thought 2.5 hours was going to be a bit of a heavy lift for me to just ramble at you for 2.5 hours. And by the way, if I wanted to ramble at somebody, I'd do. Bob will understand. I'd go outside like like someone in Times Square with a sandwich board and start wandering and rambling aimlessly. Well, we could do that too, but you don't need me to lecture you for 2.5 hours. So I spent the morning and the afternoon kind of throwing out the fishing net, if you will. Probably not a smooth comparison, but putting it out there. And so who jumps up straight away but our dear friend Robert Kosch, fellow host and actually way more prolific and accomplished host than I. If you're reading a 15-second voiceover on a commercial in the #1 media market on the planet, you're well ahead of this program. And he, of course, has his own program out of New York. So Bob is going to hang out with us for a while. He will catch us up on everything that's going on with him. We'll talk about what's it's just kind of happening, generally speaking, in the country, in the region, and on the planet. And then in the 6 o'clock hour, Janet Diaz, the second hour of the program, 6 p.m. Eastern time here from where we're based, whatever time that is for you, of course. In the second hour of our program, Janet Diaz, a friend of mine, she is the secretary of the Pennsylvania State Democratic Party, also a councilwoman in the city of Lancaster. And she's also been working to try to provide and deliver hurricane relief to Puerto Rico. And in the course of that work, she has had to deal with the new privatized electric company on the island. They did not used to have a private electric company, but after the hurricane that struck them during the Trump regime, they were given a privatized electrical system. That grid was never completely restored or repaired. So she's been dealing with that, and the fact that the island continues to be out of power and that the grid itself continues to be quite rudimentary, considering that this $1 billion, well, wait, she'll tell us how many billions. I do know that electric prices from not Hurricane Ian, because they did get a good shot from Ian as well. It was, I want to say it was Ida, but I could be wrong about that. The hurricane that destroyed the grid during the Trump regime in the first place. Their electrical bills have, I want to say they've quadrupled. I know they've gone up by more than 100%, and yet the grid itself is about as equally unstable. So we will be talking about that. In the third hour of the program is our scheduled guest, Erica Vogt. Erica is running for the Pennsylvania State House of Representatives from the 75th District. And for those of you who might roll your eyes a bit, and I, certainly have your opinions, another candidate for State House. This is a little different in that Erica is from a very rural red district. I have visited her district during my last place of employment, and she is out there. And so she's She's fighting a lot, actually. And the reason that she's coming in later, if you caught any of the pre-show of the program when we were doing our Facebook sharing and so on, you will know that Erica is a public school teacher, but also has 2 other jobs in addition to running for office, because God knows that we would never in such an advanced country as America want a public school teacher to be able to sustain themselves and their family on just that job. So thank goodness she's contributing to the economy, right? And she's not a taker of any means, he says, with tongue in cheek, biting very, very hardly. For those of you across the Facebook universe, and I see some names popping into the comments section on our posting, I will say hello to you in just a second. And we welcome all of you. So wherever you might be in the Facebook universe, the metaverse, if you will, I almost kind of hate that they're taking that wonderfully science fiction term. Thank you for being there. We could not be here if you are not there. Every group, every page, every individual that allows this program to appear in its little corner of the universe, thank you. It is what sustains and drives us and keeps us going in that area. We have 3 big pillars, 3 legs of the stool, I like to say, so to speak, about how we carry the program. Facebook is obviously a big one. I always do think that the reported demise of Facebook is a bit premature. I know that there are some other platforms that kind of do different things and are popular in different ways, but I do think the demise of Facebook is a bit premature. That said, wherever you might be on Facebook, please feel free to share the program to any other group, page, any other person, individual that you think is appropriate to share it to. Please do so. It is how we proliferate the program. 106 shares, to the great disappointment of Bob Kosch today. Only 106 shares today. He is now only staying for 3 more minutes because I didn't make it to 107. That said, thank you for being there. If you want to take part in the conversation, please come on over to our home group Facebook page. You should know what it is by now if you're looking at your screens. George has it up there for you, and we are thrilled that George is with us this evening. That other side of information is our home group Facebook page. I will see you. I will say hello to you. I will welcome you. I will take your comments. I will take your questions, all of that fun stuff. That other side of information. Hot101.net is the originator of internet radio, reaching well over 100,000 folks worldwide. And we are proud, to say the least, that we are part of the Hot101.net family. And if you don't know how to listen to Hot101.net, then you have not been listening to me, but I'll tell you again anyway, because we love you. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. You can listen on any type of device, desktop, laptop, he tried to say, tablet, phone. You can Bluetooth to a Bluetooth speaker. You can Bluetooth through the car speakers. And of course, America's favorite game show. I did it last week. I did it. And I remain giddy as a schoolboy over it. Giddy as the guy who got the cheerleading captain to go to prom with him. I triggered someone's Alexa. You can tell Alexa to play hot101.net, and these dulcet tones will be flowing through your Alexa. And of course, TCP, the Cultured Professional, our friends and family out of Lancaster, 3rd leg on the stool, so to speak, but not necessarily in that order. That's what keeps us afloat. Pay attention to them. Check them out on Facebook. They continue to just provide news, information. I believe they'll be carrying debates soon, actually, in their area. They sporting events, parades, festivals. They interview all of the important folks in their sphere. And I think you should be, I know you should be paying attention to them very, very much. It's a very, very valuable source, and we're proud to be part of that as well. I did some quick math in my head the other day. The reach of the program, it does not mean that is the number of people who are listening every single week, but the reach of the program. If we add up all the people that we have on our various social medias, all of the members of the different groups that we share the program to, as well as the listenership of 101, we're reaching about 250,000 people globally. Much to Bob Kosch's disappointment that it's not 250,001. Much to his disappointment. I'm just beating poor Bob up something terrible. Thank God he's got a sense of humor. He would have whipped me a bird and hung up a long time ago, wouldn't he? That said, Let's get to the program. I didn't get to type yet, but jumped into the chat already. We see Peter Buck. Peter reminds me that it was Irma and Maria that did the most damage to Puerto Rico. Thank you, Peter, for kicking this old brain into existence yet again. Randall is here. Lawrence is here. Darlene is here. Janet is listening. She'll be joining us via video in the second hour of the program. But for right now, let me again say thank you and welcome home to George. You are welcome to chat with us anytime you wish, George. He usually keeps his mic off, but he's welcome to speak, of course, anytime. I mean, that's what I pay him the big bucks for, is really to talk. And of course, we say hello to our dear friend returning to us for the fifth time?
I think it's fourth.
Good enough number of times, put it that way, is Robert Kosch. Robert, my dear friend, welcome home. Welcome back to the program. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for asking me
Don't
to
you
jump.
dare thank me. You're the one that really late notice is like, yeah, I'm not doing nothing. It's crappy outside. I'll turn the camera on for a couple minutes. Tell us how you are. How have you been? Please remind everybody of your different various enterprises, so to speak. Remind the folks of who you are.
I'm doing okay, thank you. In fact, my show will be playing simultaneously with the Kennedy Effect.
No wonder our listenership has gone down. You're beating me up because we're on at the same time. How dare you? God.
6 p.m. on WOR, 7:10 a.m. in
Drive to your house.
New York.
Drive to WOR and knock down that transmitter.
Yep, New York City area, and we are up in New England states on the Pulse of New Hampshire simultaneously. I have the first comedy cooking show of all time called Sunday Supper with Vito. And that airs every Sunday, like I said, at 6 p.m. And then we have a follow-up video program called Counterintelligence, because during the radio show, we feature a dish that is prepared at Vito's restaurant it's a fictional restaurant in Newark, New Jersey, called Great Balls of Fire. We feature a dish during the audio portion, and then right after on Counterintelligence, has nothing to do with spying, but everything you can do on the kitchen counter, we show folks how to assemble that dish. And it's working out very well. We're currently in development as a television series, and I will keep you posted in the weeks to come. We hope to launch that in January. And moreover, for you folks in the Keystone State, we just got green lighted to actually produce a story that is very near and dear to Pennsylvanians. There was an attempted coup, as Jeff knows, of the Roosevelt administration that was supported by one single Marine from Doylestown, Pennsylvania, by the name of Smedley Butler. Mm-hmm. And we came so close to becoming a fascist country if it was not for the integrity, bravery, and just this man's love for the United States Constitution. And so that's what I've got on my plate right about now. And
no, it's real. I know that's not where we were going to start necessarily, but there seems to be. It would seem to me that there seems to be one of the great ethereal things, Bob, that you can't put your finger on. You can't measure it. You can't put it in a bucket or a measuring cup. It doesn't feed anyone. It doesn't sustain anyone. It is, but it does enhance people, is honor. And it would seem to me, for folks who may not know the story, there was an attempted coup in this country. The one that happened on January 6th would be the second. There was one before that. As Bob mentioned, it happened in the early days of the Roosevelt administration. what would be in today's dollars billionaire bankers. We didn't have our first billionaire until the 70s. But these are mega multi-millionaire bankers, having seen their banks heavily regulated as a result of their actions that caused the Republican Great Depression of the late 20s, 30s, and see their taxes go up to pay for the New Deal, to put the country back to work and repair the economy from one that was basically on the verge of collapse. And spread worldwide, by the way, the Republican Great Depression in 1929, the crash, and therefore and going forward these were not local events. These were not New York City, Wall Street events and a couple blocks surrounding it. It wasn't just the city. It wasn't New York State or the Northeast. These conditions spread around the globe. As we are seeing the degradation of currencies right now happening around the globe, and the inflation issues around the world, the price gouging issues around the world, to be honest. So these bankers came to Smedley Butler, who was a hero, really, general of World War I. And they told him that they had paid and secured the services of 500,000 World War I veterans who were upset, rightfully so, to be honest, that their bonuses, benefits, I guess you'd say, that were promised them for serving in World War I were not being fulfilled, because as soon as the Depression hit, the government stopped funding all of them. And remember, Republican I almost said Grover Cleveland. It was, why am I blanking? The president that started who did nothing about
Hoover.
For Hoover. Why did I blank on that? So Hoover stopped paying these benefits. So these bankers found 500,000, not 500,000 World War I veterans, disgruntled World War I veterans, to be their private army. They simply needed a general. And so they went to Smedley Butler. And basically what they wanted this coup to do was to end the New Deal, to take back all of the banking regulations and the higher taxes. And so Butler was a Republican, self-admitted. He was not a fan of Roosevelt really in any way, shape, or form. And he did a very, very clever thing. So he took the meeting with these bankers. He didn't, by all reports, he didn't know what they really wanted to discuss. But when they laid their plan out, he said, yes, okay, very interesting. Let me take that under advisement. I will, let me give that some thought. I'm no fan of Mr. Roosevelt either. Just let me think about the logistics of this and so on. And immediately went to the FBI and reported these bankers.
Well, see,
And the coup plot was cut off at the knees there. Interestingly enough, though, by the way, none of those bankers went to prison. They were investigated by Congress, but none of them, if my memory serves, and none of the 500,000 men, by the way, went to prison. The coup plot was cut off at its knees before it ever really got going. They counted on Butler to take the money, and because he was a Republican, he would do what they asked, and because he was an American first.
They actually had a bagman who met Smedley Butler in Newark, New Jersey, at a veterans meeting. And the guy had pockets of $1,000 bills, because they printed $1,000 bills last.
Because no clandestine meeting would ever happen in Newark.
Yeah. You want a bag of M&Ms, you need $1,000. Huge for that kind of money. But Butler he should have been the commandant of the Marine Corps, but he had a little problem with Italy, with some politicians over there, and he got in a little bit of trouble. But the, quote, bonus army was camping out on the green in front of the Capitol building. And, they actually camped out there. And they would have followed Butler to do anything. And yes, you are absolutely correct. None of the industrialist bankers ever and went to jail. Nobody was punished. They did have a congressional hearing about it. and a lot of what was uncovered was kind of swept under the rug. The hearings ended, and we have found some startling new evidence out of the Roosevelt Library and the Library of Congress and the National Archives that do more than support what happened during that time. And we're going to try to get this completed by hopefully midsummer of 23, as far as a 3-part series to be seen. So that's and it's so timely with all of the craziness that's going on now, to revisit this, because and it's aptly named the greatest American story never told, because once Butler uncovered this, they tried to make him look like a fool. They just did everything to spin this, and it's like nothing ever changes. And
There was a simultaneous effort, if I'm not mistaken, to both discredit him and yet somehow make him look like the planner.
yeah, but you know what?
Which is interesting.
Yeah, there were a lot of spokes in the wheel that shouldn't have been there, but it's a wonderful project. It's something that people all around the world need to know, understand, and it's so relatable.
And the interesting thing, Bob, is that Roosevelt himself, knowing the staggering seriousness of what he was facing, said, no, we're not going to make a case out of this. And at risk of further dividing the country and taking, it's oversimplistic, but taking the eye off the ball of recovery from the Republican Great Depression. This will further divide. If we go to trial and long drawn out, and let's be honest, Roosevelt knew war was on the horizon.
Sure.
Was stupid, that's for sure. And knew that war was coming, and said, we're not going to, let's not raise the level of let's not put this, again, obviously you're talking about a drastically different media landscape in the late 20s, early 30s, but he did not want to elevate this plot into the consciousness of everyday Americans either, but also didn't want to risk further inflaming the country, although I could make an argument he probably wouldn't, because Butler was so universally respected that if the story had been told that he was the one that came forward and said, no, we're going right to the authorities, I think any consequential, any commensurate investigations and or trials from that would have been perfectly fine. But it is a drastically undertold story. It's not where we as a people are we're very myopic, and we're extremely myopic toward our own history. But January 6th was not the first coup attempt in this country. It was the second.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate and fortunate at the same time, because the bagman, after they abruptly ended the congressional hearings, he died of some kind of mystery flu up in Boston about 8 months later. And I forget the congressman who actually ran the committee in the hearing was accused of being a Russian spy some years later. So there's mystery, intrigue. There's all kinds of stuff attached to this that will really make people think. And I'm proud to be bringing this story to light, because, like I said, and you hit it right on the head. It was a different media.
Vastly. I mean, it's really hard to even calculate how different just think about what you and I are doing right now. The technology is involved in what you and I are doing right now. Too many Americans tend to ask themselves, what good are we getting out of the space program? We're doing it right now. But what you and I are doing, radio was still in its infancy, essentially. And so what you and I are doing right now was inconceivable, except for a science fiction movie.
where I broadcast on WOR, it is our 100-year anniversary today. That's not today, this year. And that's what, to circle back, the radio show is a throwback radio show that, it's got sound effects and theater of the mind and goofy antics. It's a lot of fun. But you think of 100 years ago that we would be going through, something similar. I mean, granted, it was only 90 years ago that Roosevelt was dealing with all this, but to be back here, to be looking at and to jump right into politics in Pennsylvania.
Well, let's remember, Bob, what do you call, I would say it's the old joke, but it's really not a joke. What do you call a failed coup? Practice.
Okay. Yeah. Because you've got this guy Mastriano. I mean,
I don't have him, but yeah, I guess in a way we all do.
Sorry for the English, but what comes out of this guy's mouth is just unbelievable. And to think that, I am a resident of the Garden State. We have our little pockets of craziness. I kind of live in one of them. And, election deniers and let's take Roe v. Wade and just, give it a flush. I mean, where on earth are we going? This guy Mastriano just scares the living daylights out of me. And I mean, fortunately, you've got what's his name, Fetterman?
Yes, Mr. Fetterman, John Fetterman, the current lieutenant governor and Democratic nominee for the United States Senate.
Yeah, I you know what? There's a counterbalance here, and it's hard for me even to think about because I just don't know Pennsylvania all that well in relation to who's where, whether it's red, blue. It just makes me shake my head.
Well, as you know, I mention on pretty much a weekly basis, having been born and raised in Phillipsburg, albeit as far west, or in New Jersey, in Phillipsburg, albeit as far west in New Jersey as you can possibly get before you fall into the river. There is a tremendous amount that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania could learn from our neighbors in New Jersey, among which a minimum wage, higher taxes on the people who have the money, i.e. corporations and the wealthiest, a commitment to infrastructure. Governor Murphy ordered a Democratic legislature back into session in his first year to make them raise taxes on people like him, who's a billionaire himself, a Goldman Sachs executive vice president for years and years. They'll be building offshore floating wind turbines that will power the entire state by 2050. They've expanded pre-K statewide. They've expanded school breakfasts statewide, although to be fair, that program is now being instituted here, but they're still allowing local districts to opt out. So of course, we know that there are going to be some stubborn, scientific term here, nut job districts that will opt out just to try to give the Commonwealth a middle finger while their children starve. They think that's okay too. The one thing I would say about Mr. Mastriano, and by the way, I started inviting Mr. Mastriano on this program back during the primary. I've contacted his campaign. I've contacted anybody who has anything to do with him through Facebook repeatedly. And shocker, they have not arrived. However, I will say again to the planet, if Mr. Mastriano wants to come on this program, he is beyond welcome. I have no doubt that we will have a vigorous debate, and in all likelihood will not agree on one single thing. He will be treated with respect, with kindness, and politeness and respect and honored and everything else. If he does decide to come here, he is welcome here. Your key to the castle is here, sir. For any of you who support the gentleman, who might be listening, and I know that some of you are, you're
Well-
welcome here. When I committed in the summer to opening this program to any state or federal level candidate anywhere in the United States, that meant Republican or Democratic, either or. You're all welcome here. We can't solve anything in this country till we start talking to each other again. And I'm happy to talk to Mr. Mastriano as much as I'm happy to talk to anybody else.
Well, I sent you a copy of, I filed a lawsuit against the Republican Party to strip them of their 501c4 tax exemption under the under the federal code, because there are certain rules of conduct that you've got to maintain to actually keep your status. And because of the knowingly and willful misrepresentation about the election in 2020, I sued on the basis of equal protection, and that my vote, as others similarly situated, is in peril by these false narratives being advanced through members of the Republican Party. And it's currently in front of Judge Claire Chechi in Newark District Court, and summonses are going out to Donald Trump, Trump Jr., and Rudy Giuliani. And it seems to be, I've already gotten over the hurdle of what they call stating a claim. So I'm in there. So this hopefully will make some noise and do a little something, because there's with all of this going on the red side, and it's not every Republican. I have voted Republican many years ago for candidates. I'm very middle of the road, but there's no consequence. This is not a free speech item or ticket. There has got to be something. And if being the predominant word here, guys like Mastriano, like Trump, who have money, if they've got to start paying for this out of their own pocket, it's at least a little something, or at least somewhat of a motivator for the Republican Party.
Isn't it? It's not by accident, Bob, that the folks who seem to be being held to most account for the insurrection are the people on the Capitol steps and the people who went in the building, none of the ones who organized it or paid for it. Mr. Mastriano was at the insurrection on January 6th. There are now photos of him bursting through police lines. He continues to maintain the fact that he never set foot in the Capitol. My nothing but pure gut instinct is that he did exactly that, but I have absolutely no proof of it, none whatsoever. It is entirely my opinion and my feeling. But he did pay for buses, either 6 or 8 different buses full of people, and used campaign money to do it, by the way, to take people to the insurrection.
Right.
But isn't it funny? Now, he has been called to he was subpoenaed to testify in front of the January 6th committee, in which was scheduled, I think, to be a half-hour interview. He hung up on them after 22 minutes and pleading the fifth repeatedly. But isn't it funny how the people who continue to, I don't want to say suffer, because they did it themselves. It's not me. It's not my problem, is it? But be held accountable for this is the much like in economics, it's the lowest of the low. It's the boots on the ground. It's the people who were coerced, ordered, convinced, fill in the blank, to do the dirty work of the suits and ties and tuxes and white collars above them. Until those suits and ties and white collars and tuxes above them until we see a perp walk for some of them, this is an ongoing conspiracy. This didn't end at 5 p.m., 6 p.m. on January 6th. It didn't stop there. It's still going. The wife of Clarence Thomas told the 1-6 committee this week she still believes that the election was stolen. Still. And she's not a dumb woman. We might think she's mental, but she's not stupid.
Right.
I mean, this doesn't stop until some of those folks are held accountable. Would you agree, or do you think I'm off?
Oh, no, I'm right there with you. I'm right. But then, you know what? Let's circle back to what, we just discussed with Roosevelt. How many people at DOJ or in government are considering, dear God, if we do prosecute and, really give this some thought, they have to be considering an uprising. I mean, you can go back to, I've gone back and read the secessionist papers from Georgia, Alabama, and if you go back and read those documents, it's just frightening to compare what is going on today and what could happen. Again, we're very close to the real possibility of engagement in a conflict in Europe. I mean, you've got batshit crazy Putin talking about, the option of nuclear weapons. And, I'm hoping that, his military, his generals especially, are taking something out of the World War II handbook and hopefully, put one in his head. But, history could be repeating itself once again.
Have you seen the latest Ken Burns?
No,
from the Holocaust.
No.
I must implore you, George. Franz is in the room listening. For folks at home, you won't see him on the screen because it doesn't work that way. And to every single last one of you out there, if you are not a regular consumer, if you will, and I don't mean purchaser, buyer, consumer, but absorber of Ken Burns' work, you need to see this. Ken Burns has a remarkable knack for producing documentaries at very timely times, at very timely intervals. He much of his work surrounding the Great Depression happened in around 2008. It's so I mean it's we tend to always think of him for baseball and the Civil War, as rightly you should. They are epics and they are classic, and they have clearly withstood the test of time. But I would implore every single one of you to go to watch his latest masterpiece, and it is nothing short of that, called The U.S. and the Holocaust. If it is not airing on your regular PBS station, go to the PBS app, which is free, by the way. And the overwhelming majority of content, I haven't run into anything on the app that I've had to pay for yet. So for all of these pay apps that we're being saturated with, for folks at home, if you want content for little or nothing, PBS is the spot to go. You can access all of Ken Burns' work to the best of my knowledge. Don't want to say that I'm an expert in the app, but we did download it, Kristen and I, so that we could watch the U.S. and the Holocaust, and everything was there for us to have. And I saw nothing attached to it as far as cost. So please check that out. My goodness. You need to see this. The parallels that Bob just mentioned between the late 20s, the growth of the fascist movement across Western Europe, specifically in Italy, and then spreading throughout Western Europe and here in the United States. And it's effect on the Jewish population, and not just the Jewish population, but the developmentally disabled, handicapped, LGBTQ. We didn't call it that back then, but those folks, and we don't, I must be honest with you, I don't know what the proper PC term is any nowadays, but the gypsy population. I know we don't use that term anymore, so please don't everybody freak out and have a cow at me if somebody wants to tell me the proper term for it, but they were murdered en masse throughout the Holocaust, as well as Slovak populations that were used for labor and so on and so on. But the rise of fascism and the way the United States either dealt with it or did not deal with it, the way we closed borders instead of opened them and protected people, that is just as sentient and prevalent today, and just as spot on as it ever could have been. If you have not watched it, folks, the US and the Holocaust, perhaps I will try at some point to put a link in the chat, or if George beats me to it, but you need to watch this. You will sit back, watch it, and go, holy cow, that looks like January.
I just want to mention, because you brought Burns, my film When Comedy Went to School is airing on PBS right now. It can also be seen on the PBS streaming app. So if as soon as you're done with Ken Burns, if you want something to like, called When Comedy Went to School. I
must tell people how smart of a media person Bob is, that he is only, for all of the different streams of consciousness that Bob is involved in, I have been invited to his program once. He's a very smart man because he wants people to listen and watch. So that's why I don't go on his shows, because he wants people to listen and watch.
We'll have you back. Something with corned beef and cabbage.
And I would say too that it's not a small thing, Bob. Just, you mentioned the 100th anniversary of WOR in New York. WOR 100th anniversary. We're talking 1922. We're talking one of the very first major, certainly, radio stations in the biggest media market before there was any quote unquote electronic media, of which radio actually is a part. New York was still the number one media market on the planet, just by the simple number of newspapers and other publications and so on. 710 AM in New York City. It is a 50,000 watt. I'm getting a little inside baseball here, but if you know anything about radio and about wattage and power and so on, it is a 50,000 watt clear channel signal, which means that no one else in the country, if I'm mistaken, or at least no one else east of the Mississippi, has 710 AM. There might be a 710 in LA. I'm not 100 on that, but it's a clear channel station. On a good weather day, you can hear WOR from New York in about 38 states.
Oh.
So Bob is not exactly where we are. As much as we love all of our media outlets, and we wouldn't be here without him. He's got me eclipsed by a whole lot. By a whole lot.
It was WOR. We've had the same call letters for 100 years, which is station in the country.
Yep.
But WOR started out on the rooftop of Bamberger's department store. It was created by Louis Bamberger so he could sell radios. It was just like, you got to wonder if Steve Jobs knew this story when he developed the iPod.
But sell radios and then advertise on those radios for his store or stores.
Stores.
Yeah.
We're a few.
Because in 38 states,
Well, Bamberger's was just really centralized to the New York tri-state area. There was one on Long Island.
Philly too, aren't they? I thought they were in Philadelphia as well.
I don't know, but the flagship store was always Newark. And then they opened one in Paramus. There was one in New York. Just all over the place. But the advent of radio was really, that is when it was all happening. It was just a fascinating time where you could, like I said, it's all theater of the mind. You would sit next to the radio, listen to the Lone Ranger. They're using coconuts to make the first song and things like that. Yep. It was a very different time.
And for folks who are younger than me, which is most of the planet, Bamberger's was a family department store. There used to be the big, I want to say it's the big four, if I'm remembering everybody: Macy's, Gimbel's, Bamberger's, and there was another one that I'm forgetting. Strawbridge and Clothier.
Oh, yeah.
Macy's has absorbed all of them. They're the last ones standing, I guess, if you want to count pennies, but I don't know about that. But and if you ever saw the original Miracle on 34th Street, Natalie Wood plays the young girl. That actually isn't the original, because I think the original goes back to the 20s or something like that. But this would be the ones from the 40s, I think 47, I think it is. There you see this rivalry between the different stores, the Macy's and Gimbel's and Bamberger's, and but Macy's is the lone survivor. They did eventually absorb all of them, but these were family owned and operated department stores. There's pretty much nothing that you couldn't get there. Sears was the first national one, really, but Macy's was clothing and kitchenware and all these different things. And Bamberger's was the same, Gimbel's was the same, and they all, and some of them were literally only blocks away from each other in Midtown Manhattan. You know, Macy's is still at Herald Square, but Bamberger's or Gimbel's was over on 50th, I think, 5th Avenue, 50th, if I'm not mistaken. And I mean, they weren't that far away from each other. It was just a different time.
Exactly.
551. Janet is trying to get into the Zoom and is having issues, but I'm not panicked about it whatsoever. We were not expecting her till after 6 anyway. If you check out the comments section on our program on Facebook, That Other Side of Information, the homepage, George has put in there links for Ken Burns, the U.S. and the Holocaust, as well as a brief but really cool biography, if you will, for WOR. It was not, and it maintains, you know, again, still, even in 2022, 100 years later, where we tend to think of terrestrial radio as a bit of an afterthought, even though it is anything but. This is still a 50,000 watt clear channel AM station, talk station throughout the country. And if I'm not mistaken, the only remaining clear channel stations in the country might actually only be in New York. 77 WABC is still clear channel. There's no other 77. OR. The Fan used to be 660 AM, but I don't think they are anymore. 880 WCBS was one, the news station, but I don't know if they are anymore either, because I think there's a WABC in LA actually. But you're talking about stations that were allowed to, before the FCC was as prolific and as organized as it is now. These stations cropped up. They pumped out as much wattage as they could. They sometimes drown out other folks on the same frequency. It's a bit of the Wild West. And there's always the famous story of the great 70s DJ Wolfman Jack.
Sure.
Who moved to Mexico, just across the Texas border, and got on a station in Mexico that was blasting out at, I want to say, 150,000 watts, because Mexico didn't have the same regulations, and he could be heard from that one station all across the country. And it's why he became this famous national radio presence, because from one lone station across the border, across the southern border, he blasted out at some ridiculous amount of wattage, and a good section of North America, if not all of it, could hear him. And it's part of why he became so famous. And the FCC could do nothing about it, of course, because the station was located in Mexico. The original, and I wouldn't call the 70s the original days of radio, but when it was radio, and even in the 70s, TV wasn't anywhere near as saturated as it is now. That was it. It was radio. It was, and in fact, largely AM radio. FM was considered not really anything worthwhile because it didn't broadcast out at the same power that AM did. And it was newspapers, some magazines, Life, U.S. News and World Report, Time, etc. And and burgeoning and 3 channels of TV. That was it.
Yeah. God, I remember when I was a kid, as soon as the Beach Boys really came on board, that for me is when AM radio or radio just really popped. I mean, you would you would hear the same songs every hour, but it was brand new. It was technology. If you had a little, they would have one headphone jutting out of an AM radio, and it was just by today's standards, it would be like listening out of the toilet paper roll. It just, but it was something. Once again, it was new. It was it's music.
The
Wolf,
toilet paper roll might have actually sounded better.
yeah, days of yesteryear, but here we are today. On the Dick Tracy wristwatch that nobody ever thought would. That's science fiction. It's not going to happen. You'll never get to the moon. You're a lunatic.
The Star Trek data pad and communicator.
Yep.
We're more computing power in this one device than in any of the individual shuttles that NASA built in the late 70s into the 80s and flew into the 90s. I'm holding more computing power right now than within any of those shuttles.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that. That is massive. And it is one of the things. When did you fall in love with radio?
Oh, it was at that time.
This part, the behind.
Wow.
being the on-air talent, being the face for radio that you are, Robert. When did you? Same here, man. Because I did my first live radio gig when I was 15, I think. For a radio station not far from here in Easton, which no longer exists, sadly. I was a student reporter in high school for our sports teams. And I used to have to write up a summary, call in, and provide everything and get it within like 60 seconds or something. The first time I realized how long 60 seconds could be, and sometimes how short 60 seconds. And the first time I got to visit the studio and sit behind a mic and talk to people, I absolutely fell in love with it, and I have loved it ever since. When did you fall in love with radio?
I started out, I always had a love for comedy. And I called into the nightlife with Matt Knight on 98.7 G-Rock Radio. They were an alternative station out of around Homedale, or it was Central Jersey, close to the shore. And I called in as a character called Vito the Butcher. And I called.
No stereotypes whatsoever, though. Just a purely organic character.
I have a big trunk, I like my pasta al dente. Yeah. So I called up and we started going back and forth about this new artist that I wasn't that familiar with, that I heard of, called Modest Yahoo. And, Vito had asked him, well, is he a Presbyterian? And meanwhile, I get off the phone with him. He puts the bit on the air. I call back the second night. We yuck it up again. I was on there for 2 years with him every night at 7:00. And it was just a blast. But in 2007, I was interviewed. I wrote a song called 343 that celebrates the spirit of the firefighters we died on that perished on 9/11. And I was fortunate enough to play that song at the Library of Congress on the 5-year anniversary in 2006. And I was asked to be interviewed on WLIR out in Long Island.
Mhm.
Did the interview. It was a great time, and he called me the next day and said, "Would you like to co-host this show?" I said, "Sure." And that's it. Just really from there, just absolutely loved it, and ended up on WCBS 101.1 when it was Jack FM. 2007.
Yes, what an experiment.
Yeah. I was the early morning. I was the only early morning show on the weekends who wasn't Jack. So and that was comedy and music, and it's evolved from there. Got involved with some film projects. They worked out pretty well, and now I'm continuing that with the television series that will be hopefully airing late January. Got to see. I think I'm a little optimistic with the timeline there with the Great Balls of Fire show. And but that's it all started with, once again, Lisa, the affection that I had, like most people do, for radio. It's been a great run. I hope it continues, and we'll see what happens in the months and years to come.
Before I do my top of the hour reset, which I'm late for, and before we transition into Janet and into I don't want to say more serious topics, but
Yeah.
serious topics. Even though you and I don't want to say even though as if it's somehow dismissive or a lesser art form, but even though you come from more of a comedy entertainment background, you have done your show, you've taken on issues in your show. You were very kind enough to put my name into a stratosphere that it hadn't been previously, when you did the series of programs about the politicization of media and the takeover of media and the difference between opinion, so-called infotainment, and fact news. I wonder if an Edward R. Murrow or a Walter Cronkite or even a Peter Jennings, Bernard Shaw, who we just recently lost, I think it was about a couple of weeks ago, because he was retired almost as long as he was on the air. He retired, kind of early, actually, for most news people. If they would even be recognized in a modern media, or have an outlet, or have a voice in a modern media landscape. I think the only one who does a completely straight bit of news on a cable, anyway, at the moment, of all the people on the planet, is probably Shepard Smith. But you deal with a lot of serious stuff. What are you getting back? What are you feeling back? What are the senses that you're getting on, quote unquote, on the street, if you will? What's coming back at you? Again, I understand it's more of a from a comedic background, but you've taken on these serious issues. You're not afraid to have serious discussions. So what's coming back at you? What are you feeling back?
Well, I fortunately, when we were broadcasting Greater Good Radio, and that was on WOR2, there were a number of topics that were not being addressed in the media with any kind of real seriousness or effort. I mean, I have had everybody from Robert Klein on my show, Bill Baroni from Bridgegate. I have had the opportunity to discuss sentencing issues with Alexander Shalom from the ACLU, sentencing for nonviolent drug offenders. We have done a lot of good. I unfortunately, as you know, I was locked up for 6.5 years at Northern State Prison, and I was mistakenly categorized as Jewish while I was in there, and I was confronted with a lot of prejudice, and I really learned how to, in a very horrific and dangerous atmosphere, learned how to communicate with people that just hate you because you are something. I'm Irish, Italian, Catholic. Fortunately, those charges were all dismissed. And
Irish Italian, you didn't have a choice. You were going to be Catholic.
like matches and dynamite,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, exactly.
But there needs to be more voices like yours, Jeff. There's, if you take a side,
Flattery will get you everywhere, son.
hey, you know what? I'm not blowing smoke, brother. It's on a Sunday night to be able to talk about things that really affect others. There is this soul in all of us that really can communicate. And that's why I put my best foot forward when I had Greater Good Radio out there. And I've, like I said, I've gotten some great accolades, because of it. The show, once again, we're on 30 different podcast platforms. So fortunately, a lot of folks heard what we put out there. And it's still up there. Once again, it's Greater Good Radio with Bob Kosch, the iHeartRadio app, Spotify, Google Play, and a whole bunch more of them I can't think of right now. But it's important, I think, for us regular Joes to communicate our experiences, because it's, you really don't learn from success. And I'm saying that kind of tongue in cheek. It's everything that you might not have gotten, or something that might have put you in a place to really make you think. And it's those things that we were discussing on air that that I really wanted to get out there. And people found the program relatable, and it was some good stuff. I loved it.
I would say if there's something I'm missing that I think this program might be missing, I don't get relatable much. I do think I tend to go over people's heads on occasion, which makes me sound like some sort of professorial, super intelligent guy, which I am not. I'm not better than anybody. I'm not smarter than anybody. I just have more experience talking about what we talk about. But I do, relatability might be a really wonderful thing. And I'm going to only ask you now, folks, if you have been with the program since its inception, or at least since Bob's first appearance on it, or the first time that he was kind enough to grace us with share his time with us, I have threatened to visit him at the shore, at the shore enclave, the Casa de Kosch, the Kosch family compound, if you will, from a family that knows a bit about compounds. I've threatened to do that to him. I've not done it. Don't think I've ever asked you for anything as blatantly before, but I'm going to break that right now. Just once, I want to come to the studio and sit with you and do a program, because I just want to be able to say before I'm done here, before God calls me home. And one of the great comforts of my life is that there are more days behind me than in front.
Sure.
And I want to say I broadcasted from WOR once.
Absolutely. Count on it. We'll talk after the program, and tomorrow we'll set something up pretty soon.
I don't care when it is. It could be months from now, because I'm sure you have shows planned out. I'm not like me, who are texting people 3 hours before a show starts like, I need help. You're probably well more planned out than I. But just once, I'd like to say I did a show from WOR. That would be George will agree and understand with me. That would be geek level heaven right there for somebody who's a radio nerd and who still Googles the Bob Raceman columns about media and about radio. There are, for folks who I've completely gone over your head now at this point, the Post and the Daily News, I believe, still have radio columns.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think the Times does anymore. Raceman is one of them, and I am blanking on the other gentleman, but they write columns every day
Mhm.
on radio in New York and radio nationally now. What host is in, what host is out, what ratings are looking like, who's getting fired, managerial changes, sales of stations. And I still Google his column on a pretty regular basis just to see, because if I'm in the car and I hear something a little different, whenever I travel back to Jersey, I will go back to terrestrial radio because I want to see who's where. And as soon as I hear a different well, hey, that person wasn't on at that time slot, and then I'm Googling it immediately. All right, what happened to that one? Oh, they got fired. Oh, that's terrible. Or they took a job somewhere else or something like that. I still look that stuff up, as geeky as that is.
No, listen, I'm a fellow geek because I subscribe to Talkers Magazine. Talkers Magazine is the Bible of the talk show, and I've fortunately uh, been in the magazine a few times. Michael Harrison, who is the publisher, he was a DJ on WNEW 107. I think that's 107.
102.7.
102. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he puts out a great publication, and it's nice because he discusses a lot of old school radio. They're still talking about Nielsen ratings, things like that. But then now you have the ganglia, which is social media.
No.
The 101 Hot FM.
Mhm.
Where you're broadcasting from. So it integrates a lot, and it does keep you up to date.
And it is interesting though, as old, as newfangled as everything newfangled. Listen to me. My goodness. Let me go grab my fedora. As newfangled as all of this is, that has allowed us to meet and become friends, and I couldn't be any more honored or humbled by that. So much of what's happening in radio is still kind of the same. WOR is still there. WABC is still there. WCBS is still there. They may not be doing the same things that they were in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. And certainly in the 60s, 70s, they were music. 1027 was one of the great rock stations in the country. It isn't anymore. I believe it's adult contemporary. 92.3 was one of the first big alternative stations on the planet. And then it changed. That had a couple different iterations, and it's back to alternative again. 101.1 WCBS FM was it was the oldies station, and then it went through that jack iteration, which was supposed to be like your iPod on the radio, and then now it is back to where it began.
Oldies.
And some things are different. 95.5 is a Christian station. It was the biggest pop station in the world, and it was bought out, and now it's a Christian station. It is funny how much some things change, but so much of terrestrial radio, especially in a place like New York, is really actually still the same. It's kind of cool.
If you go back, Vito the Guido I was on the Brian Phillips show.
God, that makes me giggle.
92.3 when it was alternative. Because he was the morning guy over at G Rock. Years before that. And just a quick funny story, because they absolutely loved the character. And I get a call from Matt Pinfield, who was the morning guy.
He was one of my teachers at the Connecticut School of Broadcasting.
Okay. He was a VJ on MTV.
Yep.
And he said, look, we're all being invited to the Jameson Distillery in Ireland for St. Patty's Day. Now, this was in 2011. And he said, can you make a video? Well, sure, I can make a video. I never made a video in my life. I'm on the radio for years as Vito. Nobody else. They have no idea what he looks like. So I quickly come up with a barbecue sauce recipe using Jameson whiskey. And if you go to YouTube and put in Vito the Guido, you'll see my shining face. I did a comedy video that they really loved. Meanwhile, everybody got invited to Ireland but me. But it's a funny video. It's been
I
up on
know, I know we're almost at 6:15. I need to reset and we're going to talk to Janet here in just a second, and please stay if you wish. If you need to go, by all means, I understand. You really bailed me out for the first hour today, but you are always welcome to stay here. Please talk to Janet. Just a quick Matt Pinfield story. He was one of my teachers at the Connecticut School of Broadcasting at the Hasbrook Heights location, if you know where that was, right on Route 17. And we would be there in the lobby before class, and he would be there and he would just be talking to us and, hey, how's the weather outside? What are you guys up to? See that Giants game? And then the phone would ring. He would pick it up and he would go, yeah, I missed that game. I missed the scoring touchdown and so on. And go, hello, Connecticut School of Broadcasting. And then the whole drop about 10 octaves and air in the chest and the whole thing. And he would talk through the whole and then hang up. And then, yeah, I was kind of like, we went out Saturday and I did. And we're just all looking at each other like that is the most cheesy thing we've ever seen. Like, is that the thing you're going to be teaching us? That like you pick, you have it, which I was told to lose my accent too when I was going there. And I've not lost it clearly. But that said, I would, we just always sit there and be like, that's just nuts, mate.
Yeah.
Like, you don't sound like that, do you? You just, it's like, he had, I don't want to say squirrely because it makes it sound like I'm criticizing or taking a real shot, and I'm not. But he had a radio voice that we just, like a stick shift car, we threw that into fifth gear. When the microphone came, it was, I remember, I don't know. I remember a lot of weird things from Connecticut school. That was one of the things that made me laugh the most. All right, 6:16 p.m. Eastern time. This is the Kennedy Effect live with you for the 2nd of October. Yes, it's October. Fall is here. The remnants of Hurricane Ian are over Pennsylvania, and believe me, it is nothing compared to what happened down south, and I would never ever say that it is, but we are whatever is left of it, we are having right now. It's windy, it's chilly, and about last week, as I mentioned to you, we saw the seasons change pretty much like that. I think it was about 2 Tuesdays ago. It was 83, hot and humid. Kristen and I were at our pool here in the complex. The next day, we had a storm, and then on Thursday, it was in the 60s, and I don't think we've been out of them since. So it was very abrupt. But we are here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, these United States, on this planet Earth in the Milky Way galaxy. And we are live with you for the 2nd of October, 2022. Robert Kosch has been kind enough on very, very short notice to spend the first hour of the program, hour plus, with us on the program. We are thrilled to have George back with us. It is not the same program when he is not here. The saddest part, certainly, of George's existence is his 20-year plus friendship with me, and yet he comes here anyway. And I am thrilled every time that he does so. We are proud to welcome in Councilwoman Janet Diaz. We're going to be talking about hurricane problems and relief in Puerto Rico. But before that, wherever you might be on Facebook, the 106 places that I shared it to, and I think there has probably been more by now, we welcome you to the program. Please stay where you are. And of course, my deepest and sincere and humble thanks to every single one of you, page, group, individuals, whoever allows this program on your little corner of the Facebook universe. We could not exist without you. I beg you and continue to beg you to please share this program to wherever you think it might be appropriate. Any group, page, individual, wherever, anywhere, literally around the world, because our signal reaches around the world. If you want to converse with us, it has been a very quiet chat. George has put in links to the Ken Burns documentary, to the video that Bob was just talking about. George found it and put the link in the chat, and a little history of WOR, which is actually really kind of cool. Check it out. It's in the comments section. If you have comments, questions, please put them in there and I will get to them, and we will open up the phone line toward the end of the program. Sergeant Mac, of course, will follow us on hot101.net at 9. Oh my, hot101.net. You didn't know what that was? Well, you should by now. That is where we reach well over 100,000 people around the globe, period. If you don't know us, our name is our web address. It is hot101.net. There is no type of device that you can't listen to us on. You can Bluetooth speaker, Bluetooth in your car, and of course, America's favorite game show. I finally did it last week. I think Janet might have been listening. I think I saw her in the chat when I did it. I am still giddy about it. I am very, very excited. You can tell Alexa, hey, Alexa, play hot101.net. And these dulcet tones will flow out of your Alexa. And of course, TCP right there from Janet's backyard. TCP, the cultured professional from right there in Lancaster, PA. Our show, to the best of my knowledge, is still airing on the Roku channel on Tuesday evenings. But please visit them. They have a very large Facebook presence. And the everything that they put on there is meaningful. You might think that a high school basketball game isn't meaningful, but it is. These are community events. These are binding events. These are things that build community. They do the serious news all the way down to happy street fairs and talk to people, talk to locals, and please make TCP a part of your lives. And again, we will open the phone lines later in the program. If you have missed any of this program, please go to our YouTube channel. youtube.com/that other side of information. If you want to find us pretty much anywhere, just Google that other side of information. You will find all of our various outlets. And George has a picture of that too. We'll put that up a little later too. That has a very cheesy photograph of the cheat sheet that I made that is immediately to my left. Everybody get that? It's to my left. Everyone. It's not on blue paper, but it's to my left. Anybody? Bueller, you'll get it. It'll come to you later in the program. It's part of the joy of it. It's a gift that keeps on giving this program. It bores into your brain and never seems to leave. He'll put that up a little bit later when we find it, all our different various social medias and so on as well. So we welcome my friend, a friend actually that we continue to get to know better. And that makes me very, very happy. You don't know everything about a friend straight out of the first 5 minutes. You continue to learn about each other. And Janet, much to her chagrin, probably continues to learn about me. Much to my pleasure, I continue to learn about Janet. And we welcome her to the program. Councilwoman Janet Diaz, also from Lancaster, the home of TCP. Janet has been, she's also secretary of the Pennsylvania State Democratic Party. And she has been contacting me for probably a couple of weeks now about the conditions in Puerto Rico. Now, if you've been watching what happened with Hurricane Ian, I don't know how you can't. You saw the vast devastation throughout southern and central Florida, third world conditions at best, if not fourth world conditions. Destruction that so far is being estimated at $100 billion. But before that happened, Ian went through the Caribbean, or Caribbean, depending on how you're feeling that day. It went through the Caribbean and took a swath right across Puerto Rico, knocked out power to the entire island of Cuba.
Yep.
And going back to, as Peter was kind enough to remind me earlier, going back to hurricanes, I'm scrolling, Irma and Maria, the electrical grid on the island of Puerto Rico, and again, folks, just a little bit of civics, Puerto Rico is not a foreign country.
No.
Right? It didn't just drop here from another planet. There's not green-skinned people over there. They're Americans. They're Americans of Puerto Rican heritage that they are rightfully and should be proud of.
Yep.
But they are Americans in the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, a sister Commonwealth, if you will, to Pennsylvania, Kentucky, not so much, Massachusetts, and so on, but a Commonwealth nonetheless. They're part of this country. This is not Russia, Turkmenistan, Nigeria. Pick a wildly different foreign country from the United States. It is part of the United States. And that electrical grid was essentially destroyed. Very, very little infrastructure remaining after Hurricanes Irma and I'm forgetting again, darn it, my brain, Irma and Maria. I don't know why
Maria.
this thing. I should write it down. You think I got a pen? I have like 10 pens. You think I'd write it down in front of me so I don't keep forgetting. but the infrastructure was essentially destroyed, the electrical infrastructure. The interesting thing that happened, and Janet will correct me, of course, if I'm wrong, because I love being corrected if I get something wrong. I don't like to get anything wrong. Puerto Rico actually had a very interesting opportunity, not an opportunity that they would have prayed for, and the circumstances under which they got this opportunity is not anything we would wish on anyone. But after those hurricanes, Puerto Rico had a chance to build an entirely green electrical grid.
That's right.
And all of its efforts to do, and it's what the majority of the people on the island wanted to do.
That's correct.
All of those efforts were thwarted by the Trump administration and Republicans in general, and probably too many damn Democrats. And what they got was the exact opposite. A private, for-profit electric company
Luma, don't forget it.
who technically bought what was left of the infrastructure with the promise being that they would restore it and then make money. Except the making money happened immediately. The restoration,
Not.
not so much.
Mm-mm.
That is why when Ian came through, and it was not as strong a hurricane when it came through Puerto Rico and Cuba as it was by the time it hit Florida. It wiped out whatever restoration had happened from Irma and Maria. Now, what would be the sense of building, and why would a hurricane be an opportunity to build a green grid? Well, I hope you're sitting down. Little geography. Janet can back me up.
Yep.
It's sunny in Puerto Rico.
Very sunny.
It's in the Caribbean. The island literally had an opportunity after this disaster, and no one wishes a disaster on everyone. I'm not trying to make it sound like a good opportunity, but it was an opportunity to solarize the entire island
Yes.
and actually take power to sections of the island that never had it. But we
That's
didn't.
correct.
But we didn't. Capitalism prevailed. And now Luma, which sounds like a lovely name for what has become a rather sinister company, now owns the electrical grid of the entire island. And like most, if not all, well, most, because there are still some publicly, municipally owned utilities in this country, like most utilities after the Reagan era, the requirements that certain percentages of their income be rededicated into reinforcing the grid and the infrastructure were no longer in place. These utilities could make profits, unlimited amounts of profits. The laws and regulations that mandated that up to 40% of those profits be immediately returned back into infrastructure expansion and improvements were wiped away. And they haven't, they're not off the books, but they've never been enforced again since the onset of the Reagan era. And that's administrations from both parties have failed to do that.
Exactly. I agree 100%. They
So
have
that is where, that's why we find ourselves where we are. And that is why Janet was, again, when I threw out my fishing net today to say that I had like the entire, almost the first 3 hours of the program open, Janet was kind enough to jump up, tell us all about this. So Janet Diaz, welcome
Thank
to
you.
the program.
Thank you so much, Jeff. You've really hit it on the nail. Puerto Rico has been, I would call it desecrated, okay, from both parties, from all angles.
It's been ignored. It's been exploited.
And it has been
the island of Vieques off of it has been a bombing range for the U.S. Navy for going on, 80 plus years. It is poisoned beyond belief and beyond repair.
Exactly. We have no power. Of 240,000 people in Puerto Rico do not have any electricity. They don't have clean water. I'm not saying just water. I'm saying clean water to be able to survive. Many of them go to places, remote places like rivers, to wash their clothes or to get water, which is not good health-wise, because we know that there's too many ways that they can get sick. And then let's add the 10 hospitals that have been shut down and working on just diesel in order to keep their amps going in order to help our community that are sick. We're sick. We're sick and tired of people using the Puerto Rican people, first of all, for political gain. Luma wants to bring in subcontractors to the Puerto Rican island so they can fix something that they never fixed from the beginning, even prior to Maria.
How many times, because I've seen several news reports on this now. I am not a voracious reader. I don't learn well that way. I take in my things either audio or video. So I've seen several. Bob has to leave us. Bob, thank you again, brother.
Thank you. Thank
You know
you.
where to find me, my friend. You're a real lifesaver today. I'm grateful. You know I am.
Got it. Janet, take care.
Yeah.
Janet, remind folks, if you wouldn't mind, I know this sounds very elementary. Again, at the beginning of my rant when you joined, I want to just back up for a sec if I could and try to take a bit of a bigger view of it before we get down into this.
Okay.
What is Puerto Rico? It
Puerto
is part of
Rico-
the United States, and yet probably the vast majority of Americans on the lower 48 don't know that. Tell me about Puerto Rico. Tell me about your heritage.
My heritage is that back in 1898, Puerto Rico was part of Spain, and they came in from the United States and decided that they were going to take property of Puerto Rico. Well, they
It
took
was a
property of
Spanish
Puerto Rico.
colony.
The
And then
Spanish
during
colony.
the Spanish-American War,
Exactly.
the United States, for all intent and purpose, conquered it or took it or claimed it.
Yep.
With the promise to the Puerto Rican people that they would be
Take
made
care of them.
an independent nation
Yeah.
after a
Civil War.
transition period.
Right.
Except that never happened.
No, they have, I will say it, they used us, they have used us continually. They feel that as Puerto Ricans, we can vote no matter which way it is, whether it's Democrat, Republican, Green Party, whichever, independent. Hey, we can use your vote, but guess what? After we win, we're not going to listen to you. We don't need you. And that's what the Puerto Rican people are just fed up with. And I am one that's going to stand with my Puerto Rican people and fight until the end because, we're part of the United States. We are not immigrants. We are United States citizens. How many times are we going to say it? Educate our children. We are not immigrants.
And that's kind of what I was getting to, that even though I said it, I wanted you to say it. This is not some foreign land. This is not some far-flung. It's not Australia, New Zealand, Tasmania, Japan, China. This is a 2-hour, I think, flight from Miami. This is an American Commonwealth. It's an American protectorate.
Just like Pennsylvania and Washington, we're a Commonwealth.
Yep.
Exactly. We're rich with, agriculture, coffee, bananas, if you want to say it. We have avocados, oranges, you name it.
Sugar, I think, was an original,
Right.
a large cash crop for going back to the Spanish colonization, if I'm not mistaken.
Years. In fact, I did move to Puerto Rico for 3 years as an adolescent, probably from 11 to 14, with the opportunity to learn English with my aunt. She was an English teacher, and my father gave me that, chance, and my mother. So I moved into a farm. It was what we call a capataz, or manager of the sugarcane company. And he taught me, that growing is the way to survive in Puerto Rico. So learning about the agriculture, sugarcane, and how that was predominantly a lot that was exported to the United States and some other countries. That's how we were getting revenue. And unfortunately, with the past administrations, as years went on, we're not as, exporting as much sugar or agriculture as we did, previously. And as you know, the Jones Act keeps, being a big hinder to us. And I will advocate that we need to eliminate the Jones Act because we have to have the ability to export to other countries. And since the United States decides to triple the amount of taxes that we continually pay, it's just incomprehensible. It's not fair to the United States of America, which is Puerto Rico, to have to pay 3 times as much, which if you really look back, we don't make as much money. We are so limited as how much money we get paid. I'm talking about minimum wage and sometimes even less than minimum wage in order to survive in Puerto Rico.
Remind folks what the Jones Act is, please.
The Jones Act has to do with anybody that's exporting into our island from other countries as well. We are not able to be freely exporting and importing unless it goes by the United States. And,
Is it approved by the US government or literally has to physically go through the United States?
It has to go through Florida, which is part of the United States, obviously, and then come to Puerto Rico.
So if I'm shipping, let's combine our heritages here, Janet. If I'm shipping you a sea container full of Guinness from Ireland, I cannot take that straight to San Juan. I have to go to Miami first, have it cleared, and then it has to go back on another boat to San Juan. Do I basically have that correct?
That is correct.
It might be an oversimplified explanation or example, but that's what you're talking about.
The most simple way of explaining it. Any country that's either bringing diesel or any type of products from Japan or Spain, you name whatever country you wish, they have to go to Florida. And from Florida, it gets, obviously brought to Puerto Rico, and we pay 3 times as much tax as everybody else in other countries. Which
you pay a higher import tax than the United States charges anyone else.
That's correct.
For goods going both ways, by the way. You pay an import tax as it comes in, and you pay an export tax to get it out.
Just like coffee. Yeah, like our coffee. Mm-hmm.
The US used to have an average tariff of 25%. Reagan dismantled that and really facilitated the way that industry would then be shipped first south and then to the Far East. Correct. Because there were no more tariffs. It made it much cheaper to manufacture everything in China and send it back to the United States because you didn't pay any additional tax on it. But Puerto Rico still does.
That is correct. We wind up paying it, and it's let's just be blunt, it's 3 times as much as the United States would pay, which is not fair to the Puerto Rican community, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, because of the fact that we fought your wars. We constantly slaver in making products for the United States, and yet we're treated like second-class citizens. And that's even within our United States area, not just the island, but within the United States when we're working, they treat us, even though we're doctors, lawyers, and we come from Puerto Rico, or nurses, they don't even let us practice with our licenses. We have to go through the whole process, either educating or paying to get certified in order to practice in the United States.
Tell me about Puerto Rico prior to Hurricanes Irma and Maria. What was, obviously these economic hindrances were in place. But tell me, I guess not necessarily restricted to the power grid, but just generally speaking, what was daily life like in Puerto Rico before these 2 storms? Because we know that the island really never recovered from those 2 storms 5+ years ago. But what was life like? Just generally speaking, for the average Puerto Rican on the island before those 2 storms, because those are really kind of the Rubicon, the real changing events. I would think.
I believe that Irma and Maria was a wake-up call. But prior to those two, we still had infrastructure issues. We still have water issues where people still had, I mean, how many times that I visited where times the water was shut off, the electric was on and off. So no one was really investing in our infrastructure. Nobody was investing in our schools. Our education was processed, kids were lacking the resources they needed. And I would say it was worse than the United States in certain areas, like let's say Philadelphia, New York, New Jersey. Our hospitals slowly were closing prior to Irma and Maria. But now, how many hospitals? I mean, we're so limited to getting people to hospitals. My father travels from Jaucoa, okay, which is the southern end, which always gets hit the hardest because that's, for some reason, that's where it gets, the hurricanes come through. And he has to travel like 40 minutes to go to a hospital to get, let's be blunt, a colonoscopy or some type of treatment, whether it's, his diabetes, or my sister has Down syndrome and has also diabetes. We were suffering prior to. So let's just say we have been neglected, and enough is enough. And as a Puerto Rican woman, even though I was born in New York, I'm a proud Puerto Rican. I'm going to fight for my Puerto Rican people. I'm going to fight for Puerto Rico. I'm going to scream and shout. And I don't care what administration you're in. I don't care whether you're Democrat, Republican, or Green Party. I'm going to fight for our people because enough is enough.
Let me ask what is probably a very obvious question. Why is Puerto Rico treated so differently?
I feel that the administration, I'm going to go way back in the Reagan area. They just took away all the manufacturers like Marlboro, okay, like the tobacco company, the sugar company, all these manufacturers moved out of Puerto Rico and went to South America, where it's a lot less expensive to pay our employees.
Right, because if you remove tariffs,
exactly,
then it's cheaper to go. If you don't, tariffs are an incentive. I would encourage folks to Google or DuckDuckGo if you don't want to be traced. Alexander Hamilton's original plan, 13-step plan to build an industrial United States. It was quite literally patterned after what the British Empire had done. Tariffs are a very, very simple ideal. I know that they have become quite controversial, but they are not only necessary, but they're a very, very simple ideal. I want to buy this pen. This pen that I'm holding right here. I want to find a domestic producer of this pen, but I can't find one because there are no domestic producers, because they're all made overseas. But I would like to use the power of government to create a domestic pen manufacturing industry. So let's assume, for the sake of the argument, that this pen is made, if we go back to the founding of the country, this pen is made in Great Britain for $2. So if I want to buy this, even though the raw materials to make it probably all came from the United States before we were the United States, from the colonies, from the American colonies, they are sent back to Great Britain, refined and turned into a pen, sent back here. And that was actually British law, by the way. And then I have to pay $2 for it. Now, the United States gains its independence, and we decide we want to create a domestic pen industry. And folks who would be the first in a free market, what did he say? Republican? Yeah, free market. I'll open a pen factory, but I can't do this for anything less than $3. So now the domestic pen is $1 more than the British pen. How do we balance that out? How do tariffs get involved in that? Why did Hamilton tell President Washington that we needed tariffs and import taxes? Well, now we tax the British pen. It would sell for $2. We put a tax on it of, let's say, another $2. Now it's $4. but the domestic pen is $3. So which one am I going to buy? And that is how domestic industries are built. And it could be anything from pens to hair clips to steel to
Telephones.
automobiles to hot water heaters to televisions to sugar products. Even this works for agricultural products too, by the way.
Mhm.
Instead of cheap oranges from fill in the blank, I don't know, Venezuela, maybe.
Venezuela.
We do get a lot of citrus from Venezuela, actually, the United States
Yeah.
does, especially during the winter, and Brazil for that matter. But I can make it more expensive by putting tariffs on it. So not only did we dismantle tariffs at the lower 48, Alaska and Hawaii,
Mhm.
we maintain them on Puerto Rico. You pay when it comes in, you pay if you send it out. You lot get screwed both ways.
Yes, we do.
Simply because you're Puerto Rican, because I can't think of any other reason why.
Yeah.
There has to be a bit of a race element involved in this, isn't there?
I feel like it's almost discrimination. I feel we're being discriminated. I feel like they think that we are not intellectually educated. But we do have a lot of knowledgeable people. I mean, one thing I can say that when I was studying in Puerto Rico, they really do educate our children. They educate them with economics, they educate them with history. They have no reason not to educate us in order for us to survive. They teach us about farming because the island is so prolific with growing crops. You know, that's how we survive. That's how my father has taught me to survive. He taught me that we need to grow crops because we never know whether we're going to get anything imported from another country that we need. So why not grow bananas? Why not grow the avocados here in Puerto Rico? Why not have, cattle? I even had a cow myself, that I was taught how to raise in order to get milk. Those are things that Puerto Ricans are proud of, that they're able to survive. They help each other. But this export, I call it, like I said, discrimination with the tariff of, products that we need, especially to rebuild, whether it's cement, whether it has
Because
to
you're
do with-
paying those extra costs.
That's correct.
Concrete, wood, steel, roofing tiles, appliances.
Anything related to infrastructure.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
we can't get.
any of it. And again, it has to be rooted through the lower 48. And
That's
it strikes me, this might be really focusing on something way too small. But it occurs to me when you mention avocados that when we see advertisements for avocados, it's always Mexican avocados.
Exactly.
When
And
we
I'll tell you what,
could be using, if not a replacement source, an additional source. We could be buying them from our fellow citizens in Puerto Rico.
exactly.
And
And
helping
Jeff,
our own.
I gotta tell you, not to interrupt here, but real quick, because I'm really proud of my Puerto Rican avocados. They're bigger, they're sweeter, and they're very rich in antioxidants. So why not from Puerto Rico? Why not grow crops? Why not have the ability to get them from an island that's closer than Mexico, closer than other areas that they get it, It's just discriminatory.
And quite literally, even though it is an island separate from the mainland, to get them from inside our own country.
That's correct.
And support our own citizens, fellow
For our
citizens,
people,
our
just
own
like,
community.
okay, Jeff, let me tell you about Luma. I know you want to talk about a little bit about the tariff and stuff, but let me tell you about Luma. Luma has literally destroyed the island. I'm going to call it destruction, because they have the audacity to go ahead and get rid of all the Puerto Ricans that were working, that live in the island, okay, to help the economics in Puerto Rico, their livelihood. But they decide to get subcontractors outside of Puerto Rico, like wherever they're stationed, which I'm not mistaken, I think they're out of Texas or Arizona. They bring subcontractors. Why bring subcontractors? This is why 5 to 6 mayors mayors in Puerto Rico decided to say, you know what, we're going to get our trained people that have been working for Luma in the past, but you let them go to start working to get the electric going. That's how it's been coming up slowly, not because Luma has helped us, but because the own Puerto Rican people have decided to start doing it themselves.
So what was the grid like, or access to power, before Luma, before
It was
Irma and
horrible.
Maria?
It was horrible. Still, electric infrastructure was completely never fixed. Prior to even Luma, I think.
Well, that's what I'm trying to drive at. That's what I'm trying to
Right,
get
it
to.
was
What
prior-
was it before these disasters, before these storms?
There were
Because
times that
you really need to understand what, or everyone
Mhm.
out there is what I mean. You understand it, obviously. That's why you're here. But it's, folks need to understand what the condition of the grid was before these storms. I think the unique opportunity that Puerto Rico had to green its entire economy, and the way that was ripped from them, and it still doesn't work.
It doesn't. I was there back when I think it was Michael. I was there with Hugo, and the electric wasn't as bad. Let me put it this way. It was afterwards. I think after Michael is where we started having more and more issues, but nobody was really investing in it. So at this point, they don't have any excuse, because that's a pretty long length of 20 years possibly, that they could have been investing in making it improve. So regardless on what side of the aisle you are, I'm going to say they never really worked on the infrastructure when it had to do with the electric. But once Irma, which I was there when Irma occurred, to the point where I thought I was going to die that day. I really thought that was the end of me, because I didn't know how bad. But after Irma, it just continually got worse. The good thing at one point is that some of my relatives did believe in, what I would consider changing into more efficient electricity. So many of them have gotten investments, and I would say within the 15 years, they had solar panels. So that's a good thing. Some of my family members invested, but not everybody can afford getting solar panels. So, but prior to Irma, I would say the infrastructure was still not good enough. It was faulty. It was issues where some of the amps and some of the towers would come down, they would just blow up, whether it was in the middle of the island or not. It was just not feasible, and financially investments to have the island work fully in getting electric. So I don't want any more excuses other than we need to invest in Puerto Rico. We need infrastructure. And then after Maria, well, everybody can really take the time to invest their ability to understand that there is no electric. It was just, here, give me your money, and we'll just take our time to do this. And now this hurricane can prove that they never invested. They don't care about Puerto Rico's livelihood, and they don't care whether they have water or electric, really.
The reporting I have seen is that since Luma was put in charge, so to speak, that electricity rates on the island have quadrupled.
Yes.
And yet the grid from 5 years ago, plus 5+ years ago, has not been restored.
No.
Let's set aside the reinvestment that these monopolies, these government controlled, well, they're not even controlled really, but these government allowed monopolies, because these types of utilities are exceptionally expensive businesses. Competition in these is usually not possible because of the massive amounts of expense that has to go in. But that said, so the grid 5 years on, with this private company put in charge, again, during the Trump administration, that is supposed to be rebuilding all this. The grid is not to where it was before the storms ever came through. And
No.
even then it was unreliable and didn't work right.
No, and just to kind of go back to the infrastructure, when prior to well, I would say right after Maria, you would have thought that they started working on it, and they did lift the tariff, which was good, because I think if I'm not sure if it was Elon Musk, I think he might have invested or donated. I'm not sure exactly how that was, but he did bring in some solar panels, because when I went down to Puerto Rico, probably about 2 years after Maria, I was driving through the island with my husband, and we were just checking out, oh, there's a few windmills here. There's the solar panels that possibly, has to do with Tesla investment. So that was a positive for me, because if we wait for Luma to do anything, it's never going to happen,
And Luma has no interest, no plan, no anything to actually green the Puerto Rican grid. They're going to continue, I think, please correct me, the largest fuel, if you will, to generate electricity in Puerto Rico is still coal. Am I right?
That is correct. In fact, I think the Biden administration lifted the Jones Act so they can bring in some fuel and diesel to continue working the electrical grid, which is still not really going to help us, but at least we can, get through. Because like my father says, hey, I need to get a little bit of diesel just to run my refrigerator, because I need to keep my insulin, cool in order for me to survive, which is sad, because it's not just my father, it's every Puerto Rican that needs to survive, to keep their food, cool, so they can be able to eat. But in talking about the electrical bills, I'm going to say bills, because that'll be more, self-explanatory for some people. When Maria when everyone, went through the process of Maria and trying to rebuild, they were getting 3 times the amount of bills without having electric. And I said, how dare they send the island, anyone in the island, bills when they don't even have electric for the past 3 months? Like, really? Like, I said, don't pay it. I wouldn't pay it, I would say, hey, take a highway. We don't want you. Get out of here. And I still today, get out. Fuera Lumas. We don't want you.
So no exaggeration, just to be clear for everybody watching and listening, residents of the island following Irma and Maria, the destruction of the grid and the installation, if you will, of Luma upon the people there, were receiving bills for electricity to be supplied the same way we would get it from PPL or whomever you might get your electricity from here in Pennsylvania, or JCP&L in New Jersey. They were still getting bills, but had no power. That was still happening.
That's correct.
So like going to the grocery store, walking out with nothing, but still paying money. Kind of the same thing.
So could you imagine being geriatric? A lot of Latinos, geriatrics, they live at home. It's like my aunt, she's like 90, no, she's 82 right now. And could you imagine my 82 aunt getting an electric bill? She didn't have water for 3 months. She didn't have electric for 5 months. Like, really? Like, how dare you? Who the hell do you think you are to send a bill to a geriatric trying to survive, trying to be healthy? Like, get out of here, I'm sorry, but I'm just so livid that we don't need you. Puerto Rico does not need you. We'll rebuild. We'll get solar. We'll make it, an energy that's going to help the island. But you're just losers to us. You don't care about nobody except capitalism and putting money in your pocket. You don't care about humanity. It's basically you don't care about human beings, period.
This really is an example of capitalism at its worst. This is charging people for a service they're not getting. And not just because the connection to your home might be damaged, but there's no lines down your street, but you're getting charged for it. This is wealth extraction, is it not?
That is correct.
Who is the biggest impediment currently to establishing a green grid on the island? Is it LUMA? Is it leftover rules, if you will? I don't have a better word for it, but rules left over from the Trump administration? Is it the Biden administration? Is it LUMA? Is it the fossil fuel companies? Who's the biggest roadblock right now from every Puerto Rican having solar panels on their roof or a series of wind turbines on the highest points on the island? Who's the biggest roadblock to that right now?
Well, right now, the administration, and like I said, in general, I think it's every administration, but right now we need to lift the tariff so we can get solar panels. I don't care where it's coming from, but we need solar panels because we can't rely on LUMA to turn this into a better green, saving energy to our island. You know, in fact, I've noticed that when I went to Puerto Rico, they don't even give you bags any longer. So they really are into changing our, our ecosystem into a clean ecosystem. And I believe that LUMA is not going to help, but I do feel that if we're going to do anything is lift the Jones Act permanently. So we'll be able to work with other countries and being able to bring in the products that we need in order to rebuild Puerto Rico and have a better, electrical, whether it's an electrical grid, but I'm hoping that it's more solar panels like Spain. I mean, I can tell you one thing, Spain has really made changes to make our ecosystem better. And that's what I want to see in my island.
It's 7:01 Eastern Time. We're entering our third hour of the program. This is the Kennedy Effect live for the 2nd of October, 2022, wherever you might be across the Facebook universe. First off, thank you to every single individual, group, page, anyone that allows us to for this program to be part of your corner of the Facebook universe. Thank you so very, very much. We could not be here if you are not there. We continue to ask you to please share program wherever you think it might be appropriate, and maybe even some places where it's not, like some right wingers or something like that. That could be fun. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. Desktops, laptops, tablets, phones, Bluetooth speakers, Bluetooth it in the car, and of course you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. And please remember to our family and friends and listeners around the globe at hot101.net, Sergeant Mac comes up right up after us, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Pacific. And 1 week, George and I were bored and we found out the time difference to Australia, which I simply cannot remember right now. I think it's 17 hours. So he'd be coming up for you Monday evening. Take that, Australia. I'm even thinking of you. And TCP, the Culture Professional from Lancaster. Look for us on Roku on Tuesday evening. So what is next? What are you asking people to do? What are you asking government to do to assist a part of our own country? Is it money donations? Is it material? Is it, in addition to the policy changes, what else is it that you've been working to try to do to assist the island?
With working with CASA and also some of the island organizations that I'm familiar with in Puerto Rico, I'm not going through any type of United Way or any kind of other donation groups, because sometimes it takes a long time before they would actually get the funding. I'm going through some of the organizations that are in the island, whether it's a church organization or some kind of corporation that has started, just like in Maria. They have been specifically going to the right towns and giving the resources, whether it's food, water, clothing, making sure that the applications for FEMA are done correctly. That is where I feel we need to concentrate on, that's where my money's going. My money's going directly to organizations that are in Puerto Rico. And if you need those, I will gladly forward them to you, Jeff, because there's like about 4 of them. So yes, I'm asking for people to donate. Donate your time. Go
You
there.
feel free to put those links right in the comments section of the program, and then everywhere that we can get the program to, the links will go up there, and we can send up separate links as separate posts throughout the week. I know that no one is necessarily too much of a super fan of Mr. Musk in recent years. I don't think we all look at him as the Tony Stark inventor that we used to look at him as at the at the inception of Tesla, especially. But has anyone from the Puerto Rican government or any of the Puerto Rican American, which makes it again sound like 2 different countries, which I'm not trying to do, but any of the lower 48 based organizations, has anyone approached Mr. Musk or Tesla to try to bypass Luma to get panels to the island, same as he did 5 years ago?
I wish I could answer that question. I would have to basically go in and try to go to either their corporation and make that phone call or send them out an email. But hopefully, as he helped us before, I feel that, he probably would help us. I mean, the fact that he stood up and went down there without having to deal with Luma and, invested in Puerto Rico, I think that was, I know people may not like him, but he did something for Puerto Rico. Like, where is everybody else? Somebody like Elon Musk went out there and put out those solars. That means something to me. That means he really cares about our Puerto Rican people and our community. So I can't answer the question because I really don't know, but I definitely feel that if we do reach out to him, I don't see why he would not come out. If he did it before, he probably would do it again. There's a lot of places that, those are people that people kind of feel like, oh, well, he probably won't do it because, him with the Twitter account and the lawsuit that they have. But I really deep down inside feel that he's very compassionate about, a lot of people, once it hits home, I feel that their compassion really shows by what they invested in Puerto Rico.
And not to mention, the gentleman is worth in the neighborhood of $250
billion.
If he took probably $5 billion out of his own pocket, he could probably solarize the island by himself. And oh, what a shame, he would have a whopping $245 billion left over. If he spent $10 billion, he'd have $240 billion left over. I think he'd be perfectly fine. If anyone, for whatever wild reason, might not be familiar with the geography of Puerto Rico, can you tell us why the island is such an excellent spot for solar and wind and tidal, really, for that matter?
We're close to the equator. We're going to get a lot of sun. I know.
It's really not rocket science, is it? I mean, it's a Caribbean island, so you're bathed in sunshine.
Definitely. And there are remote areas where it's like in the valley versus up high. So when you're in the valley, you're going to have a better opportunity that wind would not be in effect, or hurricanes, depending on what part of the island. So I think that would be a great investment in an area where the solar would really work. And I don't feel that it should be one grid in San Juan, which is supposed to go to all the other parts of the island. No, it should be different locations, for us to be able to have whether it's a, unit in Jabucoa that's going to help out, all the other southern areas, or if there's a part in the Southwest where there's solar panel that'll take care of those towns as well. It has to be, it's got to be smartly, engineered. It can't be, oh, we're just going to be in the middle of the island and not everybody gets the electric they require, the energy they need.
Well, doesn't the idea of solarizing an island like Puerto Rico, doesn't it sort of add to the independence of the people there, because they are no longer fully dependent on a grid that has been shown doesn't
Fair.
work and probably isn't going to work because the company that owns it or now owns it, it was basically handed it to them, is not going to invest in it. This actually would grow the buzzword alert coming, would grow the freedom and independence of the folks on the island if they had their own panels on top of their own roofs with a battery storage pack in their own homes, that when the next storm comes, and it will, that they'll be at least have a much better chance of being on their own and being dare I say, independent, and
I
not
think that-
need this type of rescue, and that's not the best term for it probably, but not need this type of rebuilding and rescue every time a storm does come through.
I agree. I think maybe that's what America is afraid of, the fact that I would say about a total of 54% of Puerto Ricans in the island do want their independency. They have said that if they had the independency, then they wouldn't have to worry about paying 3 times as much for tariff, whatever the taxes will be for the import. They would be able to do their agriculture and send it to other countries, whether it's Britain or China or Japan. They can grow their own sugar crops, their coffee, and be able to be independent. And I know that the island has many people that are ready to open their own, coffee or whatever the entrepreneurship that they wish to do, especially agriculture. Why not? Why not have our freedom? Why not? If you're not going to take care of our people, then why do you want Puerto Rico? Is it just because you want to say, oh, we can use your boats because they're Puerto Rico not citizens, but Puerto Rican
Right.
migrants that came here, so we're going to go with their boats, and I'm going to, like I said it before, it doesn't matter what political arena you're in, they count our Hispanic votes and they count on Puerto Rican votes because they don't have to apply for immigration. They are citizens no matter where they go. So, it's really sad that, we have this conversation. It's sad to say that, at times I think about it and I say, why didn't they just let us be Spaniards? Why just let us be Spanish people that speak Spanish without having to worry about coming to America, to the United States, the nation, not the Commonwealth, and be able to speak our language without having to be discriminated upon. So those are things that sometimes run through my mind and really it makes me angry. I'm gonna tell you, I am so furious with the way that Puerto Rican people are treated. We are not second-class citizens, and we're not here to get paper towels or toilet paper or anything.
Tossed to you like
official.
Can you tell me, or I should say, is it your belief? I think if folks have listened to this entire conversation, they might be shocked or at least a bit surprised to believe, or to hear, I should say, let me correct myself, to hear that only 54% of island residents on Puerto Rico, on the island itself, support full separation and independence from the United States. Isn't it really issues like this, the triple taxation, both in and out, the neglect, the out of sight, out of mind, if that's not an oversimplification, but just all of the treatment, different levels of treatment that you've been discussing, or lack of treatment, if you will. It seems a bit strange to me that number should be higher.
Well, I believe that since some are in remote areas, when they actually they did the polls, they could have possibly not have the phone access, because depending on where you're at, even my dad's landline, for some reason it's always busy. I can't speak to him unless it's his cell phone, and that's also kind of spotty. But I would say that the majority of Puerto Ricans that live in the island, I'm not sure about the United States, I mean, let me see, the nation, not the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, have decided whether they want them to be, a state or not. I personally, it's either be a state and take responsibility, or don't be a state to us and let us be free. Let us be our own independent island. We can take care of ourselves. If you're not gonna take care of us, then we can. We have other countries we can go to that would be very happy to work with us for us to grow and import. We can manufacture. Bring your corporations to our island. We will take care of it because we're hardworking people. That's one thing I can say. My father has always implemented is the fact that he taught me to work hard. And I have worked 2 or 3 jobs, and it's only because I've learned from him. He is a veteran from the Army. My grandfather was a World War II Army veteran as well. And many of my families, we go back probably 5 generations of police officers, firemen, and we have teachers, nurses. We are not uneducated. We are very intellectual Puerto Ricans. And, that's one thing that I've noticed, that a lot of people think we're not smart. Just because we speak a different language doesn't mean that we can't do the job, because we can do the job, But I feel that if we are an independent island, we can survive and we can do a great, we have the opportunity to do so much. I mean, people want to come to Puerto Rico on vacation. Why? Because we have the great beaches. We have great.
You know what? You just that was something I wanted to ask you about. And I don't necessarily, and please forgive me for cutting you off, but it's really was important to me that I ask you this. And I'm glad that you said it, because I have literally just remembered it. When Americans, or Brits for that matter, because they happen to love the warm weather in the Caribbean as much as anywhere else, or as much as any other nationality, Canadians, why isn't Puerto Rico the tourist spot? Why is it Aruba, Mexico, the Bahamas, Bermuda? Why isn't Puerto Rico the Caribbean destination for mainland Americans, if you will, lower 48 mainland Americans? Because it would seem to me that it's just another way to support our fellow citizens. Does the island do a good enough job of projecting itself as, come here, come visit us? We have the beaches and the sun and the surfing and the scuba diving and the zip line and everything else that you can think of in a tropical vacation in your own country. So come see us. Why do you think that doesn't seem to happen? I
would say the cost. Puerto Rico, if you're going to come on vacation, because again, we'll go back to tariff, and the taxes for us to import and
artificially expensive.
It's expensive. So, if you're going to vacation, it's going to be like going to New York City, it's going to cost you. And you have to understand, in order for us to provide the best vacation for you, whether it's serving you a dinner at a glamorous hotel or making sure you have the best vacation at a nice clean beach, it's going to cost you. We need to pay our employees what their value is. And that's one of the things. But we have the forest at Yunque, one of the most famous, I would say, rainforests close to you than going to Chichen Itza or going to Peru. So why not vacation? And a lot of people go, I've been to Puerto Rico. It's a beautiful place. I was like, you're darn right. It's beautiful. And I'm proud of it.
And history literally going back into the 1600s, the Spanish fort of San
Oh,
Juan
yeah.
is still there and can be visited. And I don't think a lot of people realize, you mentioned the mountains, how diverse Puerto Rico is. It's not Bermuda. It's not a tiny, tiny dot on the map. It's not even the US Virgin Islands. It's not Cuba either, as far as
Close.
size. Well, I mean, just as far as size, just geographical size. But
Right.
it's a small island. It takes several hours to go from one end to the other. It's a big place.
It is, and it takes you, in fact, when I went with my husband the first time, I told him, all right, this is like after Maria. And I said, we don't have much to do because of the fact that there was no electric. So a lot of the businesses were closed. I said, one thing we can do is we can go beach hopping. So I drove from San Juan all around to Jaucoa, all around to Ponce, to Luquillo Beach, all completely around the whole island. And he was like, wow. I'm like, yeah, Puerto Rico has the best beaches. They're blue. There's one place called the Illuminating Bay, where you go in and at night it's like a fluorescent type of area where the microorganisms that make it really bright. It has the conch. I mean, there were areas where you can see conchs all the way down. You can walk to them, and it's beautifully clean. The fishery there is just unbelievable, and I think the red snapper is very well known. One of the most popular fishes that I personally love. I think I had red snapper all week because he loved it so much. So, we have the seafood, we have the beautiful beaches. I did my scuba diving there a couple of times. I scuba dive in Dominican Republic, but my first time in Puerto Rico was awesome because they have shipwrecks, So Puerto Rico, you have the opportunity to vacation. Is it
And
expensive?
as you said, the thick forests, real thick.
Oh yeah,
rainforests, and
that
mountains, like mountains, not hills, mountains.
you climb up, and as you go up, you see all the waterfalls. And that's not the only area. There's other places in the islands where you will see waterfalls, beautiful clean water, beautiful, rainforest areas, not as big as a Junque. And then you have the ecosystem that has beautiful, what some people call it coqui, some people will call it, frogs. They're very small species. There's 100 of these particular species that make that beautiful noise, el coqui, 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 coqui at night. And it's like, to me, it's like music. It's the only place you will hear and see, because they've tried. A lot of scientists have actually taken them out of Puerto Rico to other places, see if they will multiply, but they don't. They don't survive. Right. They only survive in Puerto Rico. So I'm so proud to say that I love a cookie.
And when, as a local, I know our listeners and viewers literally around the planet might not connect with this, but there are wind turbines here in Pennsylvania, in Luzerne County. Those types of hills, mountains, exist in Puerto Rico, where it's not, the island would not have to solely, no pun intended, relied, because I do know sol is Spanish for sun, would not, that's like the 5 Spanish words I know, would not have to only rely on solar.
No.
You have excellent spots for wind in addition to the solar, and of course, shocker, again, little geography. Right. It's an island, which means tidal power is an excellent opportunity for the island to be completely energy independent, properly 100% energy independent. And imagine the explosion of the use of electric vehicles there once the entire grid was greened and rebuilt. I don't see a reason other than heavy trucking, which would still need some diesel. Let's just be honest, it would, because we're not there yet with electric trucking, but So you would still need some diesel for that, but every resident in the island could have an electric car and charge it in their own house and use the car
Yes.
as the Germans do, use the car as a secondary storage for the electricity being generated right on their own roofs.
Yeah, and
How
Jeff,
much
there
more
was one,
independent could you get?
and one thing that I noticed, when I was in Spain, my husband kind of brought out the fact that there's cars, but there was a lot of motorcycles and small bikes, people in Spain have really gone, green. I mean, they're continually going green, and Puerto Rico can do the same things. I mean, I know that there are some that do ride in motorcycles, but not as much as, the European area. But that's another opportunity. And then when you talk about, windmills, and I mean, there's plenty of areas and mountains that we can put those in, because there are winds, there are times that we have a Rio Grande, and that's an area too that, you can get some energy from. And one of the most biggest satellites is in Arecibo, the most largest, I can't recall the name of it, but it is the
It's
most
the largest radio telescope on the planet.
Exactly.
It's very funny that you mentioned that, because Randall, one of our just the loyalist best guy, people who tell you that social media, you can't get friendships out of social media are kidding you. Randall's brilliant. And he's our most loyal regular caller, just mentioned Arecibo. I believe Arecibo is offline because I believe it had been damaged.
Yeah,
The central radio fell into the dish.
Yeah.
That said, what a tourist attraction that is and should be, because it literally built a radio telescope into a valley. It is
It's huge.
surrounded by hills and trees. It's enormous, absolutely enormous, and really quite a sight. The astronomical discoveries that have come from Arecibo, I can't even count, but you can visit it. If you visit Puerto Rico, you can visit Arecibo and see it. It's a real testament of human engineering. It really is.
If I'm not mistaken, and I don't recall the movie, there was a movie made there, and I'm not sure if it was
Contact, I think, was filmed there, if I'm not mistaken.
I was thinking
I think there's actually been several, but that's one of them, because it is such a sight. It is a real piece of modern human engineering. It is.
I know my uncle says, you got to see this, and I'm like,
yeah.
He's like, you never seen it? I'm like, I go to Puerto Rico probably every other year, and I'm like, no, I've never seen it. So he's like, you got to see this. So he took me up there, and I was like, wow, this thing is, to me, I'll just say the way I always say, it was ginormous. I mean, it was. And it was inside like a
it's built in a valley. You have a ring of mountaintops, hilltops. Well, mountaintops is a little more rocky, and took the cup part, if you will, and put panels all over it, and it's one big enormous radio telescope, and it has led to some of the greatest land-based astronomical discoveries that have been made on this planet. It is, I believe, either jet propulsion or NASA operates it, or they both do. I'm not familiar, but Google pictures of Arecibo. It's incredible, and it is something that you can visit. You can, the same way you can visit the Hoover Dam here in the States, you can visit Arecibo.
Yep, you can. And also, Jeff, there's some scientists that, if I'm not sure if you're familiar with La Mona, the island. They call it the island of monkeys. That's where they do a lot of scientific testing. And I don't recall what scientists they are or what organization, because it's been a long time since I've read up on what the updates are. But that's another thing that people don't realize, that there are scientists in this particular island that public in itself cannot go there. You would have to get an actual pass from the government before you could visit that island, because of the fact that they use it for research.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask your personal opinion. We'll reset the program here at the bottom of the hour. We're waiting for Erica Vogt to join us sometime after 7:30. We'll reset at 7:30, but I want to ask you your personal opinion. Having roots and having spent years and trips and so on the island, and then being as deeply involved in a day-to-day life and political life here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, how would the island be better off? Finally being treated as an equal part of the United States? Would it be better as a state, or would it be better as an independent nation? Just
Well,
your personal
My
opinion.
personal opinion. Well, you haven't treated us as equal as a Commonwealth.
I
That's-
agree. I'm not, certainly don't disagree. Where would it be
No,
better?
I'm just saying that
Would it be statehood?
I think statehood would be the best way to go.
Full,
because-
complete statehood.
Statehood. This
Representation
way-
in Congress, 2 senators.
That's right, because currently we can't vote for the president.
It's
Isn't that
taxation
interesting?
without representation.
How about that? Like, we need to stop that, enough is enough, like talk to the hand,
I think we fought a revolution against the United Kingdom over taxation without representation, didn't we?
So
Yeah.
I would say either let us be a state equal with the right representation, with the right policies, with the right taxes without overtaxing us 3 times the amount of tariff and being able to survive. If not, then just let us be an independent, go away, Luma, go away, and
Right,
then
right.
make us be able to work with other areas other than the United States. We can work with Japan. We have complete United Nations, NATO that we can work with and become part of the United NATO, and be able to get manufacturers to come and invest, and for us to be able to export whatever goods we are going to produce in our island.
I would also be very remiss if I did not ask you, if I did not pivot to a completely different topic. As someone who has run for state office here in Pennsylvania and serves in office in your city, what is your very general, I know we could drill down into 1,000 different specifics, but what is your feeling about what's going to happen in Pennsylvania going into the November election? Actually, mail-in ballots are actually out in some counties already. Northampton,
Right.
where I am, have not had them yet. I don't know if Lancaster's received them yet, but we should be getting them shortly. They have been mailed in some of the counties here in PA. What is your general feeling about what we're going to see at midnight on November 8th, or the next morning, or 5 days from then, or whatever the heck it's going to be, since we're, so solidly grounded in the 1700s here? What is your feeling? What do you think is happening?
Well, you want me to be factual or realistic, or do you want me to just kind of give you the?
What is your feeling? You talk to voters every day. You're an elected representative. What is your sense on the street? What do you think is?
There is
What is your
such
sense?
there's some mix. Well, if we're talking about just Latinos, there is such of a mixed feeling, especially right after this hurricane. And the immigration issue with a lot of the people that came from Venezuela, it's hard for me to even pinpoint. I do know that a lot of Latinos are moving not to the left, moving more to the right, and those are
Well, we have a right-wing hate Spanish radio station right here in the Lehigh Valley.
Mhm.
I believe you might know the owner.
Yeah.
He's blasting that crap out of his own station. So no wonder.
Mhm.
I mean, Latinos are going to listen to it. And let's not skip over the fact that Latinos are not one group of people.
No, there's a
There are
variety.
Puerto Ricans, Colombians, Venezuelans, Cubans. We could do this for the rest of the show, but you are not one ball of people all in one bucket.
And one thing that people keep disregarding, Latino are faith-based. They are majority of those that are raised Catholic,
Mhm.
They don't realize that they are faith-based. So no matter what they tell you, a lot of them are going to go by what they believe and what they were raised in. This is going to be a very interesting election. I have kind of been sitting back reading on both sides. I have been, advocating obviously for my party, for the Democratic Party. But at the same token, I just constantly hear that they're dissatisfied of the way that the economy is, the fact that they can't afford food, they can't afford the gasoline to go to work. I literally almost was in tears when this girl says, I can't even put $5 in my tank to go to work. So
Are
this
they
is
blaming government for that, or do they understand the truth of it, that their money is literally being taken from them by these corporations?
there.
The six biggest fossil fuel companies on the planet have recorded human historical levels of profit, not just fossil fuel profit, like corporate. In the recorded history of human beings, they have the highest corporate profits in history. That's not inflation. It just isn't. It doesn't even meet the textbook definition of it. It meets the textbook definition of wealth extraction. So who are they blaming?
I would say that they're looking at the current president, so they're going to point that finger. That's not the only thing that has caused the inflation. You're talking about cost of living. People can't afford to stay in apartments anymore. They need $60,000 to $70,000 just to put down on a house that they can't afford because they're $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. The fact is, many people are becoming homeless, and the majority of those are people of color. And I can't tell them any other way that, oh, but it's going to improve, because what they see, what they read in reality it's just changing a different, view of where they're going to cast their votes. It's hard when you're telling a family that, I get the phone calls. I can't afford my apartment. I can't afford my apartment because the taxes have gone up, and now I'm paying the taxes that the actual owner is not paying, but I as a renter will. So what do you tell that person? Oh, but you should vote Republican because it'll be okay. I can't, I can persuade them that it's going to get better. Inflation is going to, go away. How do you tell someone that's working $7.24 an hour and has to pay $12,000 to $15,000 for just rent with 3 or 4 children? But the outlook is very grim, I think, on every aspect. It's really hard to tell if people are even going to go and vote because they've lost, they just lost their will of trusting the government and politicians in general. And this is what I'm getting on the street, knocking doors, making phone calls.
Well, I hope it's better than that.
I hope so too,
My sense is that Mr. Fetterman will win, Mr. Shapiro will win. The legislature will probably stay in Republican hands, but I do think he tried to say, he's got his words all messed up. Always good when the radio guy can't talk in order of words. Can't word his words right. That the legislature will stay Republican, but the margins will narrow, is my humble opinion.
Yeah. I wish Shapiro and Fetterman good luck, and everybody else that's running. I just can't speak to those that are suffering. I feel their pain, just like, the people that are coming from Puerto Rico to Pennsylvania and other states. What do you tell them when politicians in general have failed them? I'm not talking about politics in reference to what political name they use. It's just they have failed the Latino community, and the Latino community, according to what I get as feedback from them, they want us to vote for them. They get in, they forget us. So what do you say then?
Well, I have answers for that 4 hours every Sunday night. I realize not a huge slice of the Latino community is listening. Unfortunately, I wish they all were. I wish I had the megaphone that gentleman just a rock's throw away from me, and don't I always want to throw rocks over there in Allentown, Reading, and Philadelphia has, but I don't. But the truth is a very powerful thing. The truth, sadly, is not always a very easy thing to convince people of, as it probably used to be. In fact, not even probably, but as it used to be.
Right.
We've never been in a situation where the truth is so difficult to convince people of. I mean, the earth is round,
Right.
grass is green, the sky is blue. It just is what it is. These are factual things. Gravity exists. The earth is not at the center of the universe, neither is the sun. And our humble Terran solar system is a very, very ordinary solar system revolving around a very, very ordinary sun, revolving around a bit better than average sized spiral galaxy, of which there are billions more. So we're not that special. But the truth is still truth, that
Right.
we are exactly those things. And, it doesn't take much more than to go out. I happen to think this is a very healthy mind clearing thing to do. It works for me, and it has for decades. Go outside. Well, tonight's probably not the night because it's very cloudy, but
It's
go out on a clear night, look up. And for at least the next several weeks, the brightest thing you will see in the sky at night, well, go where there's no light pollution if you can. The brightest thing you will see in the sky, other than the moon,
It's
is
some
the planet Jupiter. It will be very large, bright, and it will not twinkle. Planets do not twinkle because their light is so much closer to the Earth, and stars in the atmosphere doesn't twist it as much. And you will begin to realize. And then go out actually several nights in a row if you can and see how it moves across the sky or drops on the horizon. And you begin to then realize we're really quite small.
We
We're
are.
a very, very tiny little pinprick in just this galaxy, let alone the universe. But what it also, I think, tells you is how small we are on one hand, but how important we are on the other hand. Because when you do go outside and look up, and probably every single thing you see, every star you might see, has planets around it. And we haven't found life on any of them. And we have nowhere else to go.
Puerto Rico.
So if we destroy this planet, there is no other plan. I know it's become a kind of a kitschy phrase, but there is no planet B. There's no plan B. There's nowhere else to go. It will take 1,000 years to terraform Mars. That's not an option. We either clean this up and begin to take care of each other and talk to each other. We'll never get to a place where we don't disagree. But if we don't take care of each other, there's nothing left here. There's nowhere else to go. We either get this straightened out or we don't. And if we don't, there's nothing left.
Let me just end with this, and I'll let you go to your next session.
Session. It sounds like school.
I sound politically correct, right? All I'm going to say is to the public is, don't get discouraged. Go out and vote. I don't know what side you're taking, especially Latinos, but just go out and vote. You have that right. That's your privilege. But we do need to clean the earth. I'm very stickler about, keeping our planet clean, keeping our water clean. Think about it. If you clean this earth, you will have it available for your children to be healthy and have the opportunity to teach your children how to grow crops and be able to survive off your crops and not rely so much on the ability to go to the store and buy something that you can actually grow in your backyard. Jeff, I really appreciate you reaching out. I'm very happy to speak about Puerto Rico. Please, I send out through Facebook Messenger the locations where you can make those donations for Puerto Rico. There's not just Puerto Rico, obviously, we have Florida.
Right.
Puerto Rico, without their electrical grid and without having the economy stability to get that grid working, or at least helping some of those local areas to get those electrical components that need to be put up, so like that they can get electric to the citizens there.
And cell service has to be restored as well.
Yeah.
Mobile service is not as sketchy throughout the island, I believe.
Right,
still
because
as
of
well.
because of the poles and some of the antennas and so forth. So please, if you can, they always say $1, 1 million people give $1, that's $1 million that can help every citizen. There are many that have lost their homes. I have a cousin who's a nurse that works through her church that said there are places that are so disruptive. She knows of a young lady that's pregnant. She lost everything, even her, all the things for her new child. We would appreciate it. I am speaking for my Puerto Rican people in Puerto Rico. We need your help. So please help Puerto Rico. We are not second-class citizens, and we have to send, I don't say only about prayers. I send be productive, work, work, and you'll see that if you come to our island, no matter what manufacturer in, you will find that we are very affectionate people, and we always show respect and love to anyone that can help us because we appreciate it.
Well, we have talked, you and I, about you coming to visit our program, our humble program here for quite a while. I'm glad that you finally made it. I am sorry that it had to be about this kind of topic, or that it had to be this reason, that it couldn't be something more joyous or more happy, but that does not diminish the importance or the seriousness of the topic. If there's anything that you can do to help our fellow Americans on the island of Puerto Rico, then please do so.
Thank you,
I
Jeff.
hope so. I hope some organization will set up a, sponsor a solar panel or something like that, where we can all chip in and sponsor a solar, the same way you sponsor a child in the African continent, or sponsor, a stray animal or something like that. I hope we can sponsor, supply a solar panel somewhere on Puerto Rico. But please come back and see us again. Obviously, as we know, it's election season. We have the show to do the Sunday before general election day. We have to break it all down after it happens. Please come back and see us again. You know how you got the keys to the castle. You know how to get in. You're part of our family now, and I hope that you'll come back and
Yes, Jeff.
visit us again and share your expertise with us again in our prayers. And I will copy those links that Janet provided me and get them onto our Facebook page so that you can help however that you are able to do so. Thank you for being
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take
Thank
care.
you. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Time to flip the page. We're heading into the third segment, I guess, sort of, kind of, if you will, of the program. It is 7:47 Eastern time, 6:47 Central, and 4:47 Pacific time. Heading into, I guess, what you would call our third segment. Wherever you might be across the Facebook universe, thank you for being there. And I mean everywhere and everyone, every single individual, group, page, wherever it might be, however you might be taking in the program. Thank you, and thank you again. We could not be here without you. We would be, I've made the illusion, if you will, illusion to the, proverbial tree in the forest. We don't want to be the tree in the forest. So if you guys weren't there listening, if you folks, good folks everywhere across the country and around the world, were not there listening, we couldn't be here. I will continue to always, every program, ask you to please share this program. Send it to any of the Facebook groups that you might belong to that we may not be a part of, and spread the word as you will. Other individuals, friends, family, etc., other pages that you think it might be appropriate, we ask you to please do that as lifeblood of the program. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. There's no type of device that you can't listen to hot101.net, and you should. The majority of the programming on 101 is music, of course. I honestly say this, I know it sounds very strange, but if it's not even your cup of tea, try to give it a listen anyway, because the artistry, the genuine artistry that the DJs used to mix and combine these different types of music is just, it's a skill I'll never have. But when you listen to it, it is really something to behold. So I ask you, please, to become part of the hot101.net family. It's our name is our web address, laptops, desktops, tablets, phones, smart speakers, Bluetooth speakers, Bluetooth it through the car. It's hot101.net. And please remember that following us at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 Central, 6 Pacific Time, is the Villain's View. Our friend, our family member to this program, Sergeant Mac, comes up at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on hot101.net following our program. And TCP, the culture professional from Lancaster, PA, a proud, growing, important minority-owned business and voice. There's not enough of them. And you should not take in TCP just because good, solid, truly decent human beings of color own and operate it. You should do it because it's quality programming. It wouldn't matter if they were purple, I would tell you to go watch it. You should be watching it. And we are proud to be part of the TCP family. Let's recap the program so far. We've had Robert Kosch with us. George is back with us, and I'm so happy that he is. Very gratified that he is. Robert Kosch joined us for the beginning of the program. We talked about all sorts of weird stuff. Not weird in a bad way, but fun. Little radio history, what's going on in his life now, as far as his continuing, expanding broadcasting career, and a little bit about the state of radio today. Super fun. I never have a bad time talking to Robert. I never fail to learn anything. And we actually started out talking about the failed coup, attempted coup, really, that took place in the United States in the 30s. As Robert mentioned, it has been labeled the greatest, if not one of, if not the greatest story in history that no one knows. There was an actual coup attempt in the United States in the early 30s to overthrow the Roosevelt administration by wealthy bankers who didn't want to pay taxes, didn't want to pay for the New Deal, and didn't want to be held accountable for causing the Great Depression in the first place. And then, of course, Janet Diaz, who just left us. I will try to get the links out of Messenger, copy them, and get them over to the Facebook page so that you will know how you can help our fellow Americans. I can't say that enough. Our fellow Americans. These are not foreigners. Just because they predominantly speak Spanish, they are not foreigners. This is an American territory until such a time that it's not. If they vote and choose to become an independent nation, then God bless them. If they want to remain a territory, God bless them for that. It's called freedom and choice, right, Republicans? Freedom and choice. Walk as a free people. And if they vote to become a state, we should allow that too. We must. That's called real freedom. My goodness, look at them. They would vote. Wow, how crazy. They need our help. I understand that the people of Florida need our help desperately as well. If there's anything you can do to help our fellow Americans on the island of Puerto Rico, I ask you to please do so. And I think Janet is 1,000% correct. $1, $5, $10, $20. There's nothing. The types of organizations that exist and that help communities that have suffered these storms, they really know how to stretch a dollar. So you might think to yourself, how much can I really accomplish with just $1 or $5 or $10? A lot. A whole lot. And I ask you to please consider doing that. Erica Vogt is in the room. I can only assume that she is away from the desk. Oh, there she is. She's probably
Just here, just waiting.
listening to me prattle on, waiting there patiently. I appreciate
Yep,
it
you're
very,
fine.
very much. I would say I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you for coming in. I know you've had a very, very busy day. So it's an odd,
And a busy week.
yeah, and a bit. Well, you have 14 jobs. I mean, every day's a busy day.
I do. Yeah.
Right. And a cat.
And a cat. Yeah, sorry.
No.
I teach online. I believe she thinks that when I'm teaching, I'm speaking to her, so she likes to kind of jump in my lap. Soon as she sees me get in here.
Anyone who has paid attention to this program for any more than 10 seconds knows I talk about this all the time. You're in your own home.
Right.
I'm in my own home. It might not look like it, but I am. We're just at home. So when we've had the dogs come in, we've had them bark, we've had them knock over drinks. We've had the kids, sneak in behind, and then you see the face and you see that, I think that
I love it.
I think it's adorable and hilarious because we're just home. That's all. We're just home. And it works. I'm glad it works for me. I'm thrilled.
Right. To be sure, I'm pretty sure
cat will probably be up here at some point.
Oh yeah.
I thought I heard him before.
Yeah.
Last week when it was just Kristen and I, he circled the studio underneath the desks and tables, and I was just waiting for him to cut the power off.
Oh,
and
yeah.
By stepping on a surge protector or something like that. George knows well there are multiple surge protectors in here. All he had to do was step on one and probably shut it off. And then, of course, every now and then he'd brush up against my leg and scare the crap out of me because I immediately didn't register what that was. But no, I love when they're there. I love when the kids are there. I love when the furry kids are there. It works. It works. It works. So thank you for being here. This is usually later in the program that we start than we normally start an interview. It's a little bit off timing, but let's just jump into it. We got about an hour left, tiny bit less by the time I prattle on at the end and encourage people to do other things. But let me just start with the basics. Let me start with the very first question that we ask all of our new guests, and that is, who is Erica Vogt? And how did you get here?
Wonderful. Well, I am a teacher primarily. That has been my career for the past 16 years. I kind of got, with the way things are going, and I believe with, in Pennsylvania with some of the changes in the voucher program, the voucher bill 2169, and Mastriano's ideas of, reducing funding of education, I'm like, this is absolutely not okay. And we didn't have a district representative on the Democratic ballot for my district because the incumbent right now voted for the voucher bill and is not necessarily, I don't believe he's well versed in education to begin with. So I decided to run for state representative of District 75, which includes Elk and Clearfield counties in Pennsylvania, northwestern PA. But yeah, I teach kindergarten at Ridgeway Area School District. I've been there for, well, this will be my 15th year. I've been teaching I've been teaching 30 years because I think when I had my first worker's permit, my first job was lifeguarding, I believe, when I was young, like 15. And I started teaching swimming lessons and coaching at that time. So I've always been in some form of, I guess, public service as a teacher or a coach, and have been working with people my whole life. So, although I may not have a background in politics, I certainly have a hefty background in public service. So hence, being asked to come on and give some ideas is actually a wonderful opportunity for me, because we're a small district, and I'd like to be able to get my name out there and let other teachers and union members know that I'm fighting for them, and not just education, although that would have been, I think that was my tipping point in terms of getting on the ballot, was the possibilities of I guess, deconstructing of public education that, so many anti-public school people are after right now.
Let me ask you to
So-
speculate a little bit,
Sure.
if I might. Why does the right wing want to destroy public education? I think you're kind at best, which might sound like a criticism.
No,
It's
I get it.
not.
Yeah.
It is a subtle, very subtle disagreement.
Mhm.
When you say deconstruct public education,
Right.
I'm going to say destroy it, dismantle it,
Right.
end it, period. For
Well-
2 reasons, 3 reasons, most.
Right.
Well,
And
no, I'm now going to make that 4. Destroy the public teachers unions.
Mhm. Oh, yes. It's a big union.
Kids
So,
Kids
yeah.
of color predominantly rely upon public education, and we don't want them educated because who's going to work as a drone in an Amazon building if we actually educate kids of color?
Exactly.
3, rich people don't want to pay taxes. And 4, we can take this tax spending institution and make it a profit-driven institution.
Exactly.
That's not dismantling. It's not deconstruction. It's destroying.
Destroying.
Why do you think Republicans, especially MAGA ones and corporate ones, want to destroy public education? Am I
Yeah.
onto something? Is that
You
what
are
you see?
absolutely, because those actually were the items that came to my mind, because I think
Ooh. I think we froze. Rural broadband, kids. This is why the infrastructure
let's
bill.
go
is
back to
so
George's.
important. There you go. You
Yes.
froze for a good while.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, I was like, wait a minute, I'm hearing. Okay.
And I started off on the infrastructure bill and rural broadband. Good
Right.
Lord. Heaven forbid that
Sorry,
you're not
yes.
in one of the 10 biggest cities in the country that you should be able to use your own broadband. My God.
Right. But
Sorry,
yeah,
please.
no,
Go
it's
ahead.
okay. I think, they always seem to be out to privatize things that are meant to help people. So I think
It's
education again.
profitize, though, isn't it?
Profitize. Yes, that's
Because
good. You're right.
privatize almost makes it
Privatize
sound
makes
like
it profitable.
like we're somehow improving it,
Right.
we're
That is
taking
true.
it and elevating it somehow. I think most of us know better, but it's
Right.
profitizing it. Charter schools
Profitizing.
in Pennsylvania, none of them outperform the public schools. None.
Right.
Some do a very good job, and I will
Mhm.
never discount or dismiss the idea that children learn in different ways. There are some
Absolutely, they
charter
do.
schools that offer exactly the path that those kids need to learn, and there's a
Right.
value in that. But it's nothing that the private. Damn it! Now I'm getting backward. It's nothing that the public districts couldn't offer and
Absolutely.
then have quality control over, since we
Well-
love the free market and private things. So
Right.
it's profitizing it, right?
Right. And the thing with Pennsylvania teachers, I mean, we are highly qualified educators. I mean, there was, years ago, I mean, you have to be. I don't necessarily know the research on this, but I know that anyone who becomes certified in Pennsylvania, generally applies anywhere in the United States and is immediately pulled right in because our standards are so much higher as an educator. I mean, and that's not everywhere. You know, the Northeast tends to be quite good, but our teachers in Pennsylvania are extremely highly qualified. And I think that, you know, as educators, we are aware of this, you know, the multiple learning styles and the different intelligences. So we are constantly teaching to those. So and our standards are so incredibly rigorous here in Pennsylvania that the thought of, first of all, it's, you know, you have to go to school in the United States. So when parents do choose to send their children to a private school, that's their choice. And I know a lot of them, I have some friends that say, you know, why should I have to pay taxes for some other children to go to school? And it's like, well, you know, you made that choice to go elsewhere, but school, I mean, if you're going to force people to go to school, then now if we're going to profitize it, you're not making it available to everyone who can afford it. So I don't agree with
Because
you know,
charters and private schools can pick and choose who they let in. Public schools
absolutely they do.
cannot.
Absolutely, 100%. And
I've always
I
found
see
it
that here.
interesting to me that the folks that will complain,
Right,
and it's nothing more than that. It's
Right.
nothing more than that.
right.
Why
Exactly.
do I pay taxes into the school system? I don't have any kids in it.
Yeah. Because
Why
you're
do
helping. Yeah,
why do
right.
taxpayers pay for private schools? We don't have children there.
Right. Right.
So
It's
what's good for me is good for what's mine is mine and what's yours is mine.
right. Yeah, I think that's kind of their mentality.
I think that's all that's left of
I think,
Republicans.
yeah, right.
I
And
really do think that's all that's left from from a platform standpoint, whether you're
Right.
talking about environment, education, taxes,
Mhm.
minimum wage, you name it, unions. I can probably think of 50 more things if we were on late enough.
Absolutely.
What's mine is mine and what's yours is mine.
Mhm. That is, and I mean, not to switch gears, but just in listening with your conversation with Gloria Diaz, I the whole, I mean, I remember my soul died every bill that Trump went through and eliminated of Obama's for environmental, just, you know, environmental sustainability.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm a traveler. You know, we talk about the jobs that I had. I have a travel agency as well. I love to travel. It is a big and beautiful world. I want to protect it. I cannot fathom, you know, the climate change deniers, you know, why, even if it's bogus, why would you not want to protect the earth and preserve
No,
it for your children and, you know?
We've told this story on the program before. Regular listeners will know that I've told this story before.
Yeah.
I'm reminded of John McCain.
Yeah.
When during a town hall, when he was running for president, both times, by the way, he did this. In 2000, he did this, and he did it in 2008 as well. When asked about climate change, he said to the questioner, because they went off on the, you know, it's all fake and everything else. We know all the stories.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, let's assume you're right, because I don't think you are.
Right.
But let's take for granted that you're right. It's all fake.
Yeah.
Why would we not use these technologies so that we stop importing oil from the Saudis? We've made an entire region of the planet incalculably wealthy.
Right.
And I mean that literally. The wealth of some of the
Those
Arab
Saudi
families
yeah.
in the Middle East who are heads of their kingdoms, literally.
Right.
Their wealth is quite literally untraceable and incalculable.
Yeah.
Why are we continuing to do that when we could put a solar panel on everybody's roof, give them an electric car, and then we don't have to do that anymore?
Exactly.
And
exactly.
I found, and the crowd in large part was silent. Couple people gave the Queen's clap. One or two people were like, yes, that makes sense. And he just looked at everyone. He's like, what is difficult about this?
Right.
Even if you think it's all crap, even if we find out in 50 years it was all crap,
Right.
what's wrong with the fact that we stop transferring trillions of dollars of wealth to an entire section of the world that hates us, and some of it justifiably?
Yes.
It seems rather common sense to me.
Right. I know. That is something that I could never, just, and I don't personally know. I think it's just, my family, we're all, nature lovers, animal lovers, etc. So I don't, it's more so what I see out there. Like if I can't watch Fox News, I can't, because it just ingrains anger in me, the stuff that they push. But I've always been an environmentalist. I think when I was, between the ages of 12 and 15, there was the big push for the Amazon rainforest because companies, this major, at that age I knew. Actually, even before that, I feel like I was 8 and 9. I was just constantly thinking in my mind, okay, what can we do? Okay, we could recycle this and then we could create jobs doing, at like 8 and 9 years old, I'm thinking this and not really quite understanding how just that throwaway culture and why aren't we making things better? And why doesn't everyone like that? Just, it's just always been a thought process. And as I've seen over the years, as it's this, there are many people that are pushing for it. And then I see now this party, just pushing, so what, you know what I mean? If climate change is not real and you've got all these people working for, whatever they think is, doing this, studying this, for their lives, you know what, you're still making the planet a little better. You're still making it safer. You're still making it livable. You're preserving things, for the younger generation, and you're keeping, all the places that I've been, I want my nephews to be able to go and see these places. And, that's, just another reason I think why it is probably the second reason why I've decided to run, because the bills that they're putting through and the greenhouse gas initiative and the lies that they push about, like, why do we need this? And you know what, because it's our planet and it's our life, so.
Well, let me,
Yeah.
I usually don't cut straight to it this way.
Right.
I don't know. You'll have to come back perhaps before election day and see us again when,
Okay.
if you have more time, because I know that you work
Sure.
on Sunday nights, but
I do. Yeah.
what is kind of a cold way of just diving into it? What are the big Erica Vogt issues? Education,
Yeah.
environment, but what are the big Erica Vogt issues? What have you built a platform on?
Well, so for instance, I would say in my area, yes, I'm on the Democratic ballot, but in my area, it's quite conservative. There's definitely more Republicans than there are Democrats. So my concern, and that I'm kind of pushing, because there's a lot of people that I know in my area who know me or know my family. And obviously, I've got my concerns, I've got my passions. I'm a public servant, so my goal is to serve the people of my community. So I think that's, of course, I've got my education, my environment, the, helping senior citizens. I do want to help, push an increase for the income, the minimum income required for the tax, real estate rebate, or real estate tax rebate, I'm sorry, because that hasn't changed in like 40 years. I know there was $140 million relief through Governor Wolf with COVID, but that's just a one-time thing. They haven't done anything on the minimum income. So, in terms of,
I threw
sorry,
you off.
nope, you're good.
Just sending a message to you.
I just thought, yeah.
You got caught. You got caught. It was the middle of the visit.
Sorry. But basically, I like to say to people, when I have relatives or friends come to me and say, "Oh, I wish you were on the Republican ballot," and I say, you know what, my thought is, look to the person and what they've done. I've always been in public service, and I've always been that person that tries to make things better, and that's going to be my platform. I'm not going to be that person that's held up in an office and
Let me
Just
ask you a
Google it.
complicated question then. A
Absolutely.
pretty complicated question because I'm fortunate. I've been doing it since I moved back to the Lehigh Valley, and I continue to do so. And the show, being elected to state committee, has advanced those opportunities to be able to speak to candidates literally across the country, not just here in PA.
Nice.
And it seems to me that this is a very simple campaign. I hate to call it a campaign tactic because that makes it sound very cold and calculating, but I don't think it is actually. The ability to stand in front of some folks, and I do think that the Dobbs decision, the abortion decision, has brought this open to us. That traditionally Republicans, I mean, going way back, probably really from into the turn of the 1900s, the Republicans have always been the party of big business, period. They just always have. It's never been as fascist as it is now, but they've always been. And there was a good time, probably a good century in this country. That's a bit long. Probably a good 60 years in this country from the real formation of the Republican Party, the death of the Whigs,
Right.
and into the post-New Deal area, where Republicans and Democrats really agreed on where we wanted to take the country. We knew where we wanted to end up, but we had different ideas and paths on how to get there. That isn't true anymore.
Right.
The people who own the Republican Corporation have decided, I think the billionaire class in this country has made a conscious decision and is working toward this, that democracy is no longer convenient.
Right.
It has become a hindrance to the complete unabated extraction and hoarding of wealth by any means necessary. Very long introduction to a question. So when you're out at the grocery, at getting petrol, at your kids' games, whatever it might be, or a town hall, or a Democratic committee meeting, and that Republican person comes up to you, red hat, or if there's any quote unquote normal ones left, and starts with this business because other candidates are having success with this, are you able to look them in the face and say, look, take the D.
Yeah.
Let's just put that over here.
Right. Yes.
What's important to you?
Right.
Schools, roads, taxes. Guess what? It's all important to me too.
Those are the issues I care about.
It's
exactly
all important to me too. Now, you may have an idea about how to go about taxes, and I know I have an idea, and maybe they're not quite the same. But the incumbent doesn't want to do anything about any of it.
Exactly.
And is not representing you at all.
Right.
Are you able to have that conversation? Because you're underwater. You're in a red district. I don't know what the R+ number is in your district, but you need Republicans to win. You can get 100% of the Democrats, and probably you're going to need, I'm going to guess, upwards of 65% of the non-affiliated and independents to win.
Yeah.
So you need some Republicans, probably.
I do. Yeah.
Can you have that discussion with them? Drop the tension a little bit.
Yes.
Actually get somewhere.
Right. I absolutely can. That's actually what I've done. And, at one point they started to ask me, I've had people ask me, what I think of Biden and this and that. And I'm able to just say, you know what? First of all, we're not at that level. I'm here. I grew up in this area. So first of all, because I grew up in this area, my parents are elderly. They're living in this area. I see the issues they're facing. My friends' parents are facing. I want to take care of the people here. I want the area that I grew up in to be a place where most people want to either come back or stay. We have, I believe, my town, I live in St. Mary's, Pennsylvania, and our county, St. Mary's is actually quite large. It's in terms of land. We have a lot of land, but a lot of it's, agricultural, and which is fantastic. But I'm able to say to them, you know what, who I am, though. You know what I stand for. That I'm a good person and that I am that I will help anyone that's in front of me. And I'm able
Well, you
to
grew
tell
up there. Your family's there. I mean, they know you.
exactly.
You're
They
teaching your
know me.
kids.
Exactly. And
So
that's
you can use
right.
that along with just the simple logic of that you and I actually do agree on the same things. You just
Pretty much the same.
all you're
Yeah.
seeing is a blue D, and there's so much
Yes.
more to it than that.
Yeah. I try to say, don't go for the party, go vote for the person. It's, I see a lot of, and I think because the incumbent right now is just not, I mean, it's just from the way I've seen the votes go, it appears that it's just, he's a staple there to kind of keep the party lines.
Mhm.
And my goal is not necessarily. to
He's
keep
an
the party-
employee.
He's right.
I just want to, I mean, you don't have to agree with this. My words, not yours.
Right.
As regular listeners and viewers of the program will know, we don't talk about the Republican Party much anymore because they are not a functional political party. Have to
Yeah.
keep in mind that must keep in mind that
Mhm.
for any type of democracy to exist, you really need at least two functional political parties. The
Mhm.
Republican Party back in May, I think it was, at the RNC National Convention, took a vote to have no platform whatsoever. Their platform is quite literally whatever Trump wants.
Yes.
And we know that that can change from minute to minute. That's why House Republicans have released Contract on America 2.0. It's why Rick Scott is able to tell you that Senate Republicans will eliminate Medicare and Social Security if they should get the opportunity. There's no cohesive plan. There's no cohesive anything.
Yeah.
Other than how do we send more money to the top?
Right.
The owners are the Kochs and the Mercers and the Musk to an extent, Zuckerberg to an
Mhm.
extent,
Right.
Bezos to an extent. Here in Pennsylvania, Jeffrey Yass, our local billionaire. We have several,
right.
by the way, but he's the one donating the most money, openly and blatantly to crush democracy. So they're the owners. The workers of this corporation are the elected officials and the party officials, because their only function at this point is how do we get more money away from the 99% to the 1%.
Right.
The three richest people in the country have as much wealth as the bottom 2/3.
Yeah.
It's unsustainable. The richest 400 people on the planet have as much wealth as the bottom 2/3. And since we're approaching 8 billion people, that would be 400 versus 6 billion.
Yeah.
So
That's insane.
why your opponent is an employee.
Right.
He's an employee.
Right.
I should think it would be if it wasn't such a red area, it should be quite simple to run against that. Hasn't written any legislation, doesn't sponsor anything, doesn't do town halls, doesn't talk to you, doesn't show up.
Yeah.
So why is it so hard? So then why is it so hard? Is everybody just so goddamn hung up on it? Ooh, there's a slip. Is everybody just so, I usually don't do that. Is everyone just so damn hung up on the D?
I think for people who don't know me, yes. I will say I know of some, and I don't want to speak too quickly, but I do know, and of some Republicans who I believe will vote for me or have openly said, you know what, they know this person versus me, and they're like, you've got my vote, because you're right. We're a small community. It's a smaller, I mean, yes, it's, Elk County, but Clearfield County, Du Bois, Curwensville, area, the areas down there, Grampian, Rockton, Mahaffey. We're still, we're not near a city. So, it's just a lot of people, we're all pretty much the same. And, and I do have a lot of people who, just because they know either me or my family, and they either watched me grow up or they grew up with me, are very positive towards me. I think I've only had a couple that have, I remember I went to the Harmony Grange Fair and I walked out the building as I was about to leave and I saw a woman just standing there, on her vape. And I just said, oh, hey, can I give you some literature just to read a little bit about me? Because this was an area that I assumed I was not known, and shut down immediately. And she said, nope, you're a Democrat. And I said, well, yeah, I said, but we're a small area. And I'm not able to control a lot of those big things, but I'm here for you and I'm here for this community. And then she actually did, yeah, I know. I think she then felt bad, for being so dismissive simply because
How
I was
hard is it to separate what you're not running for president of the United States?
right.
I think
yeah,
as a teacher, you may or may not agree, or may or may not appreciate the statement slash question.
right.
The outright attack on civics education that has taken place in this
Oh,
country since
yeah.
the onset of the Reagan era informs, or no pun intended, informs these folks that they don't know the difference.
Right.
You're not running for president of the United States. You
Exactly.
cannot and will not, no matter how much you try,
Right.
affect foreign policy, defense policy, national education policy,
right.
national energy policy. You're running for one seat
Little area.
out of 201 state
Exactly.
representative seats. So
Right.
how much education do you have to do while you're campaigning? Because it seems
Right.
to me that the reason why it's so easy to just blindly check off your opponent every 2 years is because most folks don't understand a sodding thing of what he does,
Yeah.
doesn't do, or what the hell the office is.
Right. There really hasn't been. And I mean, from what I understand, he's a nice person, for the most part, but just, really, he's not lighting the world on fire. The last 2 years, there's just not been a lot. Although I will say after the voucher bill, after he voted yes for that, he recently voted against, the Farm Bureau proposed a bill to bring in about, I think, $300,000 to our area for every year for the next so many years, and he voted that down. Things like that could
So he's
actually
handing you
help.
some easy ones.
Right. It's like, these are your people. And then, speaking to people. I know of people who have reached out and said, can you look into this? Can you do this? Hey, could you look for this for me? And, about two of the three, he did say, I'll check on it and get back to you. Never got back to them. And then the third, he just completely ignored. And so I think
is it
those
Democrats' fault when their representative refuses to offer any constituent services whatsoever? I have a feeling that too many Republicans in this Commonwealth, and for that matter across the country, think Democrats control everything because there's a Democratic president and there's a Democratic governor here in Pennsylvania, so anything you guys want goes. Did you
Right.
forget about the effing legislature
right.
that have been in Republican hands for 42 years out of the last
Right.
50?
Right.
Are we
'Cause it's
forgetting
not
about
just-
that?
Right. Or Mitch McConnell,
Right,
at the national level, like, come
right,
on.
exactly.
Yeah.
That the minority is ruling the Senate.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't think, I think that's the thing. I think that's the way they want it though. And, even looking back at Glenn Thompson's most recent bills, I mean, this is, above me. But I guess I'm running with Mike Milosevic. He would be the Democratic candidate for, District 15.
Whose invitation to appear here remains open.
Oh, okay. I will let him know because he did.
You
ask
mean
me
Glenn
about
Thompson, who did everything he could to speak against gay marriage except his own son's marriage, then it was okay?
that.
You mean that one?
Yep. I mean, I actually snap pictures. There is and I don't know if you're familiar with this. There's an app called Active Vote. Have you heard about that? It's an app that you can go on and you can look at the bills that they voted. And he's voted against COVID relief for restaurants and businesses. He's voted against, and I have an uncle who is currently, undergoing cancer treatment for what was that? Vietnam Now my mind draws a blank. I can't remember what it was from.
The results of Agent Orange and all that.
Agent Orange,
Yeah.
yes. And I'm thinking, oh, and he voted against expanding veterans benefits to those toxic exposure. All of these things that directly affect many, many Pennsylvanians, people in our area.
You mean the relief funds that were proposed and passed under the Trump administration, Mr. Thompson voted against?
Yes, he voted
Ironic,
against
right?
literally everything
Ironic, isn't
that's right. Everything literally that he has voted against, that I just don't understand how he has maintained office. But again, people aren't really going to know this. I think the thing is, even as a candidate myself, it's taken a lot for me to just look and see what my incumbent has done, let alone, others, because these bills are not, they're made available, but I think a lot of people just don't know where to look. So I think that could be the job of the representative, to make it known, hey, there's this, please look at this bill.
Education is a huge part of any public office.
Absolutely.
You need to know how government works. You need to know
Mhm.
who's really in control here,
Right.
where the money's coming from. And I don't mean from taxpayers, where all the other money's coming from.
Right.
Who's buying what? I mean,
Mhm.
you see the billboards all over Pennsylvania that are not, there's not a single shred of truth on them.
Right. And
The
that's the
Commonwealth
thing.
Fund has paid for, and at least in our neighboring Lehigh
Right.
County, that the county party is now paying for, that is
Right.
just literally not, there's not a shred of truth to any of it.
Mhm.
But knowing where the money comes from, there's so much education that has to be done. And I do think it's interesting the percentage of Republicans that continue to get reelected in the legislature, despite the fact that they offer zero constituent services, none,
Right.
absolutely none, zero.
I have a friend who, there was some flooding in Ridgeway where I teach in that area, and their home was flooded, and I believe they flew in. She said that they flew in GT Thompson, and he came in and he took a picture with them and literally just flew out. Not even a I'm so sorry this happened, can I help you? Not here's some services that can help you. Nothing. I mean, the man didn't have a conversation with them about a disaster that happened to them. And I'm just, how does someone go into public service? I feel like this with educators, we get so much flack, but I can guarantee, as educators, you're not going in there to be rich. You're going in there to help people and make a difference.
That's ridiculous. You're going in there to be lucky to pay off the debt by the time you die.
Absolutely, right?
To be quite
And
blunt.
it's so frustrating when you see some of these, and I don't know if maybe when he began, was he a wonderful man and did a lot and then just kind of got jaded? I don't know, because it's been quite a while. But I can't fathom that. It's hard to understand why someone would go into something like that and just not really do their job. I guess that's my big beef with this.
Well, because they get paid. It's about holding the office compared, and the perks that come with it, compared to, one of the best paying gigs in Pennsylvania, put you in the top, I think, 2% of income earners straight out of the gate, if not top 5% is being a legislator. It's one of the best gigs in the state. You get a pension, you get health care, and you get really well paid, and all the various stipends for food, travel, mileage, blah 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 blah.
All of that. Well,
8:32 Eastern time, our final reset of the program, entering our last half hour. Sergeant Mac follows us on hot101.net, and at that other side of information, he tried to say, because he's trying to talk too quick. That other side of information, Thomas Mack, The Villain's View, follows us at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific, because I did a specific earlier in the night. It wasn't too good. He did that. I did a 6 specific time. But I guess it is, if you start straight at 6, I guess it is a very specific time. The Villain's View follows us on Hot 101 and on our Facebook group page as well. It is so hot101.net, TCP, and wherever you are on Facebook, that other side of information. It's our last reset of the evening. We will be leaving you at 9 p.m. so you can be ready and tune in to Sergeant Mac. It's usually a no for candidates to talk too much about their opponent, but give me the Cliff's notes on your opponent and what the stark differences are
Well, we are definitely, I'm definitely more, we are opposite ends of the spectrum. We voted against, literally voted against the most recent greenhouse gas bill that I would have voted for. Obviously, I am for the environment, any type of incentive that's going to improve or help.
Do you want to stop fracking, period, or simply stop new leases?
I think the new leases, because I understand that it brings jobs. I have some, relatives in that, in that industry. And I know, and I don't, I'm not one who necessarily likes to remove someone from their job. However, I feel that I would want to learn a lot more about how we could improve that situation. At this point, I think I would stop new leases until I learned more to determine maybe we should just eliminate that and find something else.
There are about 25,000 Pennsylvanians who work in the fossil fuel industry, over 100,000 who work in green energy. Should we tax? Should we add an extraction tax?
I think that would be great. I mean, it's
So
fossil fuels.
if I suck the wealth out
Yeah.
if I slant
Sorry,
drill and suck
yeah.
the wealth out from under your house, I should probably have to pay for something for that. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, sorry guys, but
Have you been able to, do you expect to be able to debate your opponent, or is he avoiding you?
I really haven't had any interactions with him.
Oh, please tell me you've asked.
Not yet. It's been discussed. And my concern is having an objective moderator. Yeah. So I think
There's no League of Women Voters by you?
Yes, but I don't believe they lean my way.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
Funny, because all the Republicans here are afraid of the League of Women Voters.
Really?
In the Lehigh Valley. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, that was a concern that we discussed in one of our committee meetings. Yeah. And
we'll talk after this and we'll do debate prep, you and me. It'll be fun.
Okay. All right, that'll be great. No, I would love to. I mean, I plan to. I mean, is he going to see this? I want it to be a surprise.
Personally, considering the registration numbers in your district and the makeup of your district and the voting history of your district, I'll be challenging him to 5 debates a week.
Oh,
anywhere he wants. Because when you have that record to run against,
yeah,
it gets pretty simple.
Yeah.
And when you have the type of personality that you have and the truth of your history, you're not just, I didn't graduate Harvard, move here 5 years ago because the trees are pretty and now I'm teaching school.
Right.
You've been there your whole life. So,
yeah,
challenge to take that.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you got to deal with that? Because I'm doing more constituent services than you are now.
Absolutely.
I would be voting for everything that you voted against for the people of this district. This is quite simple. This is about public service. It's about doing the job instead of holding the office. 267-227-9189. If anybody wants to sneak in a call in the last 20 minutes of the program, or speak with Erica, or yell at Erica during it because she was so late. No, I'm kidding. 267-227-9189. What else is important to you? Education, environment, but what else? I assume you have an opinion on infrastructure. I assume you have an opinion on the $11 billion in free federal money that the Republicans in the legislature refuse to allocate or spend. Tell me what you're no, you're going to talk to Randall. Hi, Randall. Randall, go ahead, quick, talk to Erica. We got 20 minutes left. Ask her a question. It's all yours.
Eric, I just wanted to remind the second biggest pollution factor for global warming in PA after CO2 emissions is the escape of methane from fracking sites. And there's laws put forward by Democrats in Harrisburg, in the House and the Senate, to make the oil and gas fracking industry have to make sure that they do not release methane in vast amounts into our state and then into other states' atmosphere.
Right.
Number one. Number two, thank you for being a teacher. My wife is director of early childhood facility, and she has taught for over 30 years early childhood
Nice.
education in our community college. My oldest daughter is a teacher, has her master's. Undergrad, she passed 9 practice tests
Wow.
without the second time. She's a school librarian, elementary school here in Chester County, Westchester School District.
Nice.
One of my son-in-laws is a high school teacher. He has 3 masters. So yeah, teachers are very, very educated here in PA.
Yeah, we
And
really are. Yeah,
Thank you for running.
absolutely. My pleasure. It's been fun.
Thanks, Randall. I know it was real quick. I apologize, mate.
Yeah,
You're the best.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Randall's awesome. He's the.
Oh, that's great.
I don't
Yeah.
know why. I must admit, I know he's still listening, and I know he'll put something else in the chat. I don't know why more folks sadly have not taken his lead and called. It's nobody gets hurt.
Right. Yeah.
Nobody gets a bloody nose. Like we're good.
Right. Yeah.
We can, I love callers. It's one of the thing, it really is one of the things that's keeping this from being
Bring us in.
a
Yeah,
full-time job.
absolutely.
But tell me what else is on your radar. Education,
so-
environment, and what?
One of the other things that I was looking at, of course, senior healthcare. Looking at what my father, not to get too personal, he's recently diagnosed with early onset, and it's been quite a ride. And of course, we don't necessarily have research centers in this area, but it's just been quite a journey in terms of getting him what he needs and the communication within the Penn Highlands system. Now, I think that our doctors, we have a great physician, and I think it's something that's frustrating with them in terms of staffing, communication, throughout their buildings, from what I've been told. One of the things, of course, education and healthcare to me are not consumer products. They are a right. We deserve to be educated. We deserve life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and healthcare is right in there with that. So my goal, again, I've definitely got that long background in education, but I don't necessarily have a medical background. So I am definitely an open person in terms of, I love people to come and talk to me. And that's, again, one of the things that I would do as a representative is come and talk to me, call me, write me, see me on the street, tell me what you think or what you need. And I definitely plan to talk to more admin, which, by the way, Nominee, that's another reason he is on the board for our Penn Highlands Health in, Elk and Clearfield counties, and voted to cut about 400 jobs during the pandemic. So that is not
a pandemic.
During the pandemic. Yeah. So, a lot of people lost their jobs at that point. And, that's not something that I would have tried to find a different solution. Because again, it's we're just completely different people in that way. But healthcare. Also, I mentioned earlier about the real estate tax for 65 and older, rebate tax for 65 and older. Like I said, it hasn't been changed in 40 years. I guess in the last 10 years, people have proposed the bill, or proposed, to increase the limits for income. But I believe right now it stands at 35,000 for homeowners and 15 for renters. But since incomes have increased, of course, in the last 40 years, in the last 10 years, they've increased. The amount of people that are actually getting that, the amount of seniors who are getting that, is severely reducing now. And again, although we've had,
But if we can get seniors to pay taxes, then really, really rich people don't have to.
Right. Oh yeah, I know. Even though those seniors have worked their entire lives, and
Exactly.
and it's like, yeah. And those would be, taking care of our children, taking care of our elderly, again, I travel quite a bit. So when I go to different communities and I see things, whether it's recycling or I see, the centers that they have for their elderly or how they take care of their elderly in other countries. I'm just constantly asking myself, like, why can't we do that? And if I can't get if I can't get it in a bill, I'm going to be in my community to see what I can do with, fundraising efforts to help them. So those would be my top. And yes, infrastructure is something that, being that I am, again, more of an educator, and I am a small business owner, even though I have no brick and mortar store, I'm, more of a consultant. I would love to see our local businesses thrive. I'm definitely one of the shop local, not franchise. So any mom and pop store that are around, I encourage people to apply for businesses and make this more of a self-sustainable community than, relying on large companies like, Walmart, Dunkin' Donuts, etc. So we do have a couple of them in the area, but I'd like to see more, and I'd like to do whatever I can, to help improve those, the quality of those businesses, people being able to get those businesses open and keep the businesses.
Randall mentions in the chat, quote, if I'm not mistaken, PA has the second highest number of retired folks living here,
Right.
only surpassed by Florida.
Right? Isn't that crazy? And it's, of all places, why? What kind of winter do we have here? Yeah, and that is very true. And I guess, when you're out and you're seeing, it breaks my heart to see a lot of, elderly that have to work past a certain age. Because, in my mind, they've paid their dues and they're, they need to be taken care of at this point. I've just always, that's, they should be able to live happy and, enjoy those years. And, that would be yet another goal of mine to provide whatever we can for them and improve our community.
What have you been finding as you've been campaigning? Have you found the hostility and threats that some other Democratic candidates around Pennsylvania and around the country have felt? Have you been generally received well, courteous, and kind, even if folks don't disagree? Have you been, has it been a lot of door knocking? I mean, you have 27 jobs. I don't know when you're doing all this, but I mean, has it been a lot of door knocking? Has it been phones? Has it been texts? Have you been able to afford a staff? Are you having good coordination with other candidates around you so that you don't duplicate, or you can actually, so that you can duplicate services, but maybe not duplicate door knock? But how has the campaign itself been for you?
It's been pretty good. I will say that I probably maybe 2 or 3 people. I have not had any extremely rude. One woman who, like I said, didn't know me. She wasn't rude. She just, no, you're a Democrat. And I'm still going to get that little word in there, lady. But it's actually been quite received. I think,
I mean, last time I checked, it wasn't illegal to be a member of the Democratic Party.
Right.
Last I checked. I mean,
exactly.
We have some folks in the Commonwealth who would make it that way.
Absolutely.
But it isn't.
Right. But yeah, no, for the most part, it's been, at least where I live and people who know me, I mean, it's been quite received quite well. As I'm walking around Du Bois, I haven't had any negative reaction to anything. Even my campaign manager, she said, she's like, I have a really good feeling. She said, she feels, she's gotten a lot of positive feedback. But again, we also are in a group of associates who are like-minded. And I've had a lot of people who I know have been, staunch Republicans who have said, this suits you. This is something that you should probably do. And they are very supportive in that way as well. We'll see, I guess, on November 8th. But for the most part, I would actually like to see, so I have quite a big family. I'd like to see my family show a little bit more support on one portion of my family, I guess. But for the most part, they haven't been negative. Just, yeah.
Without getting too personal, is that the MAGA part of the family?
I think there are some. I think the rest are independent. I just, they're really not totally, yeah, I would say they probably are, but they don't really discuss that with me. But, again,
Is
you
it a
know,
is it a policy thing, or they just can't understand why you're even getting into this arena?
no, I think they probably understand. I would say I do have an uncle that's a priest. So so that is, I don't know, so you probably guess where that's going, but I don't know. I think, for some it's just they've got things going on, and it's again, and when I say a big family, I mean a big family.
I don't
I
want
should probably Winnow County for
Yeah.
my family, but
Well, this is a hell of a road to go down when there's 10
Sure.
minutes into the program, but
sorry, yeah.
it's interesting something that you just said, that the gentleman who's a priest in your family.
Mhm.
What's more Christian, the policies and platform of the Democratic Party, or the actions, because I can't say platform because there isn't one, and I
Right.
can't really say policies of the Republicans?
Honestly, as I look back, and I mean, I grew up Catholic. I would not necessarily say that I'm at that point right now, because I have friends who are Muslim, I have friends who are Jewish, I have friends who are atheist, I have many different, and I can see and, interact with all of them. But
Well, the
as,
last time I watched a documentary, I'm not a voracious reader. I tend to learn visually and
right.
and through audio. But the last time I looked at any biographies, documentaries, histories of Christ, he did not go into the temple to the money changers and say, "Good
Mhm.
job, fellas. Brilliant,
Right. Right.
brilliant.
I mean,
can I have some campaign cash for the ministry?"
yeah,
He
exactly.
flipped the tables, quite literally.
Right.
At the Sermon on the Mount, I don't recall Christ saying, "The richest people among you are the leaders because they're the ones that God gave all the money to."
Right.
I remember him saying, "Love thy neighbor,
Right.
do unto others, welcome
Mhm.
the immigrant."
Exactly.
On the road to the Sermon on the Mount, I remember Christ telling uh, the rich man who approaches him with his fleet of camels and servants in tow,
Mhm.
"Rabbi, how do I get into heaven?" And Christ telling him, "Give all you have away,
Right.
give it to the poor." It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man to obtain the kingdom of
Right.
heaven. He tells the well, actually that was Gandhi, he tells the Hindu to adopt the child of the Muslim that he killed.
Right.
So what is more religious exactly?
Honestly, when I look at, and when you look at the rhetoric that they discuss, Republican, it's almost like a magical realism, like the good versus evil. This person is not a human because they are blah 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 blah. They're this color, or oh my gosh, what and there is no I mean, I have been raised to be a very open and accepting person, and this is separate from religion to me. I don't feel that religion, I think you could
Well,
be a moral person.
because it's anti-religious, isn't it?
It
It's
is.
anti-faith. These
Right.
are anti. It's just all part of it. Of the 1,000 different names I could probably think of for
Mhm.
Republicans as it stands,
Yeah.
anti is one of them. It's anti-government. It's
Right.
anti-community. It's anti-union. It's
Right.
anti-industry. It's anti-community. It's
Hmm.
anti-neighborhood. It's anti-people of color. It's
Right.
anti everyone but white male Christians. Yeah,
Hmm.
they do want to take the country back to the 50s,
Yes, they
the
do. Yeah.
1850s,
Right.
not even the 1950s. The 1850s is the 1750s. And I'll tell you what, occasionally I would argue the 1150s.
Right. Oh my goodness.
The
Yes.
local
I agree.
landowning lord with the serfs, conscripted in the military service when needed, plowing the fields, growing everything, and then he takes it all and leaves them to starve.
Right.
That's the 50s we're talking about here.
Right.
So And I've hosted, I think, 3 programs now with members of the clergy who have sat here, and there's nothing Christian about
Right.
what evangelicals and Republicans have wrapped themselves in. And we haven't even given lip service, not even lip service, to the Muslims and members of the Jewish community who don't believe any of that crap either.
Right, exactly. And I believe it's a fading, I mean,
It's the Treaty
where
of
am I?
Tripoli. It's the
Right.
Treaty of Tripoli, the first treaty the United States ever, as a nation, ever took on, passed by the Senate, signed by, as the United States is not founded on the Christian religion. It's right in the
Right.
treaty.
Right.
So what the hell is more Christian?
I
Feeding
know.
people, taking care of them,
Making sure our children have health care, making sure our seniors are taking, I mean, we are the party that we're for workers, we're for children, we're for, making communicate. Yeah, I mean, my parents have been Democratic for that reason, because they saw the pattern. And, my mom is she's a very devout Catholic, so I disappoint her in some areas, but she is, I mean, that's, you talk about Jesus. Jesus was the underdog, and he was the one who took care of the person that others
you
shunned.
do to the least among me.
Right.
You unto me.
Yes.
It was I'm pretty sure it was at the Last Supper.
Right.
And it is, Father, how do we get into heaven?
Yes.
Clothe the naked, feed the hungry, help the poor. But Rabbi, we've never seen you hungry or naked or poor. As you do to the least among me, you do unto me.
Yes. And
I don't understand anything that is Christian about anything that is coming out of the right.
Right. It has become, it's just, it's gotten so extreme.
I continue to be fascinated from a sociological and an anthropological point of view.
Right.
How so many millions of people who are starving.
Right.
Increased numbers throughout the Confederacy, because the Confederacy still exists.
Yes, right.
that have actually dropped so far down economically. You now have swaths of rural areas, especially the hilly areas, in the South, that have reverted back to what Robert Kennedy founded when he visited them. Running water, we've lost running water, power, and so on and so on and so on. The very reason he ran for president in the first place.
Wow.
To bring these areas back up, the areas that the New Deal didn't get to.
Right.
And they've reverted to that, and yet continue to just pull the lever.
Right.
It's a mystery to me.
I know.
I guess I just don't want to believe.
Yeah.
I just find it hard to believe that the racism could be that deep.
Right.
That if you can support, because rich people finally go back to paying 91% top marginal tax rate, that just because you get some help, that the person next to you who might have a different shade of skin might get help too.
Right.
I don't want to believe that it's that deep, but I guess it is.
Right. And how does that even come about? I mean, it's hard. There are some, I think it's just, in these smaller areas, when you don't see the diversity, it's hard to think about for some, it's hard, I think, for them to think that there are those issues, that those people are dealing with those issues, because they don't see it in their white community or their white school or their, and so, oh no, that doesn't, look, we can hear this person on the radio, blah, blah, blah. So they're just assuming. But I think
we have 2 minutes left with our global audience before I have to close off the radio.
Okay. Oh, yep.
Tell everybody how to get to you.
So
how do they follow you? How can they find you?
You could find me. I'm actually on. I started a little TikTok page. I'm on Facebook. It's Vogt. My last name is spelled Vogt, and it's in here in America, it's pronounced Vogt. Couldn't be. It's like I'm born for this, Vogt for the number 4 PA. That's also my website. Vote4pa.com. I'm Erica Vogt for State Representative District 75 on Facebook, and Vote for PA on TikTok and Twitter.
We will be
So,
rooting for you. I'm grateful that you
Thank you.
visited us, even if it was for a shorter period of time. I know how busy you are. It does
Thank you.
mean
I
a great
appreciate it.
deal to us. Please come back and see us,
Yeah.
whether it's before Vote in Person Day or after, to break down what the hell happened around the country.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
always know how to get here now, and you're part of the family. I'm very grateful to you. Thank you for being here.
Perfect. Absolutely. Thank you for having me. I
Of
appreciate it.
course, come back and see us.
I will. I
And
will.
please
Thank
don't
you.
think I rushed you off. We're handing
You're
off to the
fine.
next program. So
I have a class to teach, so it's okay.
fair enough. Come
For
back
1
and
minute.
see
All
us.
right. Thank you so much. I will.
That does it for us for this week. Sergeant Mack comes to you in quite literally less than 60 seconds, so I have to go. For everyone at TCP, for everyone at hot101.net, for April, for George, for Lynn, and of course for Kristen, my thanks to Randall for being so patient to call in. I know he wanted to call in the entire show. I'm grateful to him. I'm always grateful to him. To all my guests, Bob Kosch, Janet Diaz, and Erica Vogt. We will return next week. We have another candidate from Oregon. We'll be back next week with you live. 2 + 7 is 9. That's October 9th. We will see you then. Sergeant Mack, The Villain's View, comes up next on hot101.net and that other side of information. We will see you next week. Until then, take care of yourselves and each other.